Hi, folks. This is Winston from Happier Abroad. Today I'm with Cyrus. He's from Las Vegas, and he just went to the Philippines like a few months ago or last year or something, and so we're going to talk about that and then just freewheel it. So how was the Philippines, and how was your impression? What impression did you get from it?
I overall enjoyed it. There were a lot of upsides and there were a lot of downsides. It's just like every other country. I've only been to a few other countries in my life, so I really haven't experienced much of the world. And thank you for your introduction, and I really appreciate that. I believe you were the first ones that were letting me know that there were really problems with just the issues happening in the United States. And although we may not agree 100% on everything, on the depths of how America's problems were, but one of the main issues I've noticed was that there were problems with dating, especially in the United States, along with other Western countries, as far back as 2014. So, when I was like 22 years old, yes, I was young, and, we're not in the most attractive years, but I have noticed, even in 2014, there was a lot of problems. And so, and then I started to realize that this was, spreading out to other issues. So I really found out about your website, and I finally took the trip about 6-7 months ago. And yes, I do live in Las Vegas. There's a lot I enjoy about it. The Palms Hotel is literally 70 feet behind me.
Oh,
and
they have amazing buffets,
facing,
they have a great buffet there.
Yes, and I've been there many times, and I'm literally along Hugh Hefner Drive, ironically.
Oh, have you been to that Hugh Hefner, what is it, like a strip club or a Playboy strip club? I saw it on the street in Las Vegas a couple of times, but...
has changed a lot in the last 10, 12 years. But, it's
like an elite strip club or something. Yeah.
Not that I know. Maybe they changed the name or something. I heard Hugh Hefner even had a home or something. They demolished it or whatever that may be. But, yeah, Anyway, just going back, I went to the Philippines, and it was a lot of great things. It was like, my gosh, so much missed great opportunities. And it really took a lot of weight off my back, realizing that a lot of the concerns, a lot of the missed opportunities I've had in America was not really my fault. I mean, everybody has issues, but nevertheless, I think that what the system does out here makes you feel like if you're missing out, people somehow seem to think it's their fault, so then they kind of want to fit in with the culture, and they never realize that, hey, something, maybe there's really nothing wrong with you, it's just that you have to go along with a path that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
I don't know if you get my point.
Well, yeah, I mean, this thing where you try to fit in, it's very nebulous. I mean, it's like a pie in the sky thing where you never really reach it. And, of course, it's very subjective and nuanced. But yeah, I mean, but American culture always wants you to blame yourself, Even religion wants you to blame yourself. Spirituality, the New Age movements, they all tell you to change yourself and to love yourself or something. And it's all useless. I mean, loving yourself is not going to make you feel less lonely, or satisfy your need for a partner.
Well, it'll help you build self-confidence.
Or friends.
But the reality is the outside reality matters, okay? So, for example, let's say if you're trying to open a business in Flint, Michigan, or some of these, abandoned Rust Belt towns in the Midwest, and they're going to tell you, well, it's you're not running a good business. It has nothing to do with the fact that those areas, they've been ripped off by our trade deals, they've been losing population, and there's less demand for businesses. So the outside reality matters. Right now, outside is, I think we just hit 100 degrees right now, and they're saying, well, if you're not comfortable outside, it's blame yourself. But, well, the outside reality matters, of course. And if you don't like it, you just have to move, or maybe do a walk at 5 in the morning where it's 77 degrees. And hey, I will have to say, speaking of that, I wasn't a fan of the climate of the Philippines, and that's a different topic, which we'll get to later on.
Well, it's hot
But I'm
and
not
humid,
saying,
yeah.
I mean, it was December. I couldn't even put this shirt on. I had to be shirtless. I couldn't do it. It was just, I mean, you had the dew point temperature. I don't know if you know what that is. That represents the mugginess factor. It was in the high 70s.
Yeah,
most of America.
I know what you mean, but if you're there for a long time, you eventually get used to it. But the thing is, I mean, it has a really good vibe that makes up for it,
Now, is this happening in other parts of Asia, by the way?
In Southeast Asia, yeah, it's if you go to Thailand or Philippines, I mean, yeah, of course Philippines, but Thailand or Cambodia or Vietnam, I think it's all the same type of weather.
They will get that in China, in South Korea, and Japan, right? In Taiwan,
yeah.
do they?
Yeah, but there's more seasons. When you go up north in Asia, there's more seasons, like, because the Philippines is hot all year. But other parts of Asia, there'll be seasons, like there'll be a winter where it's colder and stuff.
But that's why people like even India, parts of it, Dubai, and Hong Kong, because at least they get a break. Miami gets a break. A lot of those places do, but they don't get a break in the Philippines. And that's just why a lot of people have an issue with that country. Oh God!
Well, it's true, but I mean, they have a lot of
too.
They have a lot of malls you can go inside to escape the heat. I mean, that's
that's what they're thriving.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of huge malls where there's a lot of restaurants. There's everything you could want. There's even a bowling alley and a movie theater in the restaurant. So it has everything. The malls are huge and spectacular.
Well, the thing is that leads me to my other point, because don't get me wrong, America does have its benefits. You can still make friends. A few days ago, I was in the Palms Hotel nearby. I cold approached like 5 to 6 other women. All of them smiled. All of them stopped. One of them, we ended up having a 20-minute conversation, but it didn't get anywhere, And then I got her Instagram, and then it didn't lead to anything. And that's not a bad chance. Like 1 out of every 5 is not bad. But in the Philippines, if you have 1 out of every 5 chances, you're likely going to get a date. You're likely going to get a meetup. She's likely going to spend a lot of time with you, even come to your hotel room. So the odds are way better. We all know that. And I understand that America is not the same and the standards have to be different, but there is a substantial difference. And here's the other thing, because you brought up the Philippines. I'm sick and tired of people blaming, now that you brought up the shopping mall, people blame all our problems on electronic devices. Oh, it's the smartphone, like dating is so upside down. Oh, you're here to tell me that in 2007 everything was okay in America? No. There were still talks of MGTOW around that time, right?
Right.
The marriage rates were coming down. Birth rates were, still a concern. Although it was much better, but it wasn't, people were still not having large families. Marriage rates were a concern. Single-parent households. There was a lot of concerns back then. And again, you look at all these other issues. They are responsible for why malls are closing, because everybody can shop online. Yeah, and then you go to Philippines, you go to other countries, their malls are thriving. And they have electronic devices. Oh, electronic devices are the reason why children are not playing outside. And then I walk along the busy neighborhoods of Manila, and children are playing outside. They know each other. There's a sense of community. So I don't really think the smartphones are the problem, or laptops or televisions. They used to blame televisions 20 years ago. It's just the scapegoat sort of has changed.
Yeah.
It's the reality that we've created. In fact, what it really is the content that's coming out of these media devices that's changing the perception of people. That's all it is. In fact, in any case, I would think the smartphones can make things better because we can produce different types of content instead of just 6 other corporations. So the reality is totally different. And I'm tired of people scapegoating electronics for all our problems.
Yeah, I mean, my friend told me that, in South America they have smartphones too, but people are still very sociable and open and and talk to each other. There's not this paranoid wall between people. So I agree with you.
Wait,
The
where?
smartphone is just an excuse. Huh?
Where?
No. Oh, in Latin America?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying, yeah, I mean, like, people have smartphones
Yeah, no.
there, but they still talk to each other, and the women still like to meet guys, even
Yeah.
though they have a smartphone. So that's just an excuse. The problem was there before smartphones, and smartphones only came out in 2011. Before that, I would say in the 1990s, the battle of the sexes began, and so men and women saw each other,
Yeah.
as competitors. Like they became at war with each other.
Well, it wasn't until the late 2010s when people got unlimited data, because there was a time in 2018 where people were not on their smartphones, because if they did, they would have been charged extra data fees. So it's not like social life in America was all that great in 2016 and 17. And here's the other problem. I will admit I was kind of socially awkward about a decade ago. I had some issues. But here's the problem. Why don't people tell you your issues? This is the other thing. It's like here, they just don't, they see you, they don't like you, and they're not willing to, as a good-hearted person, to tell you, hey, we appreciate you, but maybe you have to change a few things about yourself. It's like they don't.
Oh no, they're passive aggressive. They don't. Nobody tells you why they dislike you. They just avoid you or block you.
Yeah, I know.
You never know. They're very passive, especially on the West Coast. Maybe on the East Coast they're more blunt and direct.
Yes.
But on the West Coast they're very passive aggressive. You'll see that especially in Washington State. Very passive aggressive, and so you don't even know whether someone likes you or dislikes you. I mean, you can't tell because they keep that same face. It's very reserved. That's what I don't like about the West Coast. It's too reserved. I like the East Coast where it's more upfront and straightforward. People will tell it as it is, and people less. I heard that people don't flake out as much on the East Coast too as on the West Coast. They flake out a lot.
I've known this Vietnamese woman. She's about my age, and we've dated and done all that stuff. She came to my place just recently, and she works and spends time in New York City, and she tells me, the people are much different, the way they are, and I'm not saying they're nicer or better, but you can tell that there is a substantial difference.
They're more
in how people
real,
are.
Right? Like more,
less
likely to flake, not as flaky.
And then, and I've heard about that. They just disappear out of the blue, and I understand. It's just now. I think a lot of it is just the times. I think a lot of what happens is that we get so busy with errands that I'm going to contact person A on Monday, then I don't have time, and then it's Wednesday, then it becomes Friday, and then it becomes next week, and then all of a sudden, you're just like, oh no, I just shouldn't reach him. But I think that one of the reasons why people don't approach you, people are the way they are. I think there's this mentality to think that it shows that you're desperate. Like if you're going in a restaurant and you're talking to a stranger sitting next to you, it makes it feel like you're desperate. Okay, the first minute I get it, but it's like if it's minute number 10 and you just want to say hello, you're not desperate. You're somebody who wants to expand your horizons, meet new people, learn something new, build allies. It's not desperate. But this idea that somehow walking by and saying hello and starting a conversation is just desperation because I don't have a lot of friends and I'm hungry for attention, get out of here.
Well, that's what I don't like about the culture there. It's very cliquish. You're supposed to have a clique and keep your social life within that clique. But if you don't have a large clique, and you don't have, women to date in that clique, then you're kind of screwed. You have to resort to cold approach, which most guys don't have the guts to do. I mean, you're one of the few that have the guts to walk up to a stranger.
I don't give a shit.
Stranger, I mean, it feels intimidating for me too because it just feels so inappropriate. People get their defense up. It feels inappropriate, especially if you try to flirt. Like in the Philippines, you can flirt all you want, and it's cool. Did you notice that in the Philippines, everything felt natural, like you could be yourself, and it was simple. like, so yeah, people told me that in the 70s and the 80s, the dating scene in America was straightforward. There wasn't games or flakiness. It
Yeah.
was just straight and simple. And that's how it is in a lot of other countries, like Philippines or and a lot of other countries where it's just simple and straight. And and I'm not saying that anybody
I
can
think the thing
can
is in America is that
yeah.
most women will respond in a nice manner. Of
Hmm.
course, depending on how you do it, depending on how you appear, how you
Well,
dress.
they're
I mean,
not
obviously, there's
respond
going
in
to
a
be
nice
a.
manner to me. I mean, but maybe to you more. But I mean, maybe you look more
I don't know. Maybe
exotic
it's
and
out
tall.
here
I
or
think you're
something like
you're
that. I mean,
taller. You're
I've
taller and
noticed a
thin. So.
difference in. I've noticed a slight difference in South Orange County versus here in Las Vegas. I have noticed that, and I think it does matter, but it all depends. Obviously, you don't want to be a homeless person with odor and dressed badly with strange hair. There's going to be a difference if you're like very well appearance with wearing a suit and a Rolex. I mean, obviously that's going to make a difference.
Oh
And
yeah,
in
I heard
fact,
if you wear a suit,
and
everyone
if you,
treats you better. Yeah.
well, yeah, and if you do wear that, and I've even been approached by women too. So it's, but I think the real issue is they will respond well, but it rarely goes anywhere. There's a chance that they're not going to stop and
Well,
talk to
yeah,
you.
yeah. It's like very
And then
polite
they're
and
using
platonic,
it for validation.
and you can't really escalate that anywhere without
Yeah.
violating a boundary. You know, there's like a boundary, like
Yeah.
you know.
And then most likely they'll just use it for validation.
Even if
They
you have a
won't use it
female
because
friend,
they
there's
wanna
still
talk
there's
to
still
you
this
and-
boundary, you know, like you can't really flirt with them unless it's a
Yeah.
really really close female friend. Then you can get away with flirting with them. But usually, just a casual female friend, they're not going to
That
let you
leads
flirt
me
with
to
them.
my other point, because that Vietnamese woman, I saw her after I was cold approaching about 20-something women in downtown Summerlin, which was an outdoor town center, shopping center, whatever you want to call it, in the west end of the Las Vegas Valley. So I had to approach literally like 24 women to get her. And not only I approached her, but we went out dancing. We hung out. And the thing was, she just told me recently, oh, well, why were you among the few that did it? Because at that specific time, you were really my type, and I was looking for a Persian guy. And I was like, okay. So there is a chance, but the odds are not good. It's like you have to get your number and keep rolling the roulette wheel. But that's not the case overseas. But really, this leads me to my other point, because women in America, it's not so much, because we often hear, oh, they just want the top whatever percent of men, oh, they want the elites and all that. And I'm not trying to dispute that more successful men, more better looking men have it better. But when you walk outside of your real world, and if you want, I can show you on my phone, I can show you a bunch of couples. I live across the street from 3 hotel casinos. You still have short men, ugly men, broke men that have women next to them. They're hanging out with them. Sometimes I've even seen men that are shorter than the woman, and they're going out. So what is it really that attracts American women? Okay, yes, they have higher standards than other countries. Most other countries, I would say. But what it really is, what is it that we did not really have, was we weren't fitting in. That's what it was. We weren't being cool. We weren't being part of the trend. You know, we were very outspoken. We were not like everybody else. And then that limited our social circle. We were not really being part of this culture, which I think we can agree it's kind of fake. And because we weren't fitting in, we weren't able to meet women through mutual friends. So here, they prefer mutual friends. But again, it's not that easy. You know, if you're not fitting in with the culture, you're really not going to get much of introductions. Because that's one flaw that I had. I didn't have a lot of introductions.
Yeah, you're not on their frequency. I mean, there's a certain frequency they're on, and if you're not on it,
Yeah.
you just don't jibe with them. Like it just feels awkward when you're with someone on a different frequency. You just don't jibe with them.
Even
It's kind of
have
like
common interests.
yeah,
Even
it's kind of
when you
like
have
putting
common
a cat and a dog in a room
Yeah.
and expecting them to connect and make friends. They're not because they're not on the same frequency.
Yeah.
So it's like I mean that's very very personal. I mean that's very like you know, I mean you can't be something you're not. So I mean you're right. I mean people like us were more, we're more like a truth seeker type. We're looking, we're very
Yeah.
honest and truth seeking, and so that's not how the mainstream is. So if you don't fit into them, see if you do fit into the mainstream, I notice things happen for you naturally. You know,
Yeah.
things happen for
And the other thing is, one of the things I wanted to just
or if you
point
have
out.
any depth, then you're alienated in America. You have any depth, like you're a deep person. You have depth. It just doesn't fit into America, but it fits very well in Europe though. In Europe,
Can you
people
elaborate on
have
depth?
depth in Europe, so it fits in better.
Can you elaborate?
Elaborate?
What do you mean by? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
sorry.
yeah. I just mean if you have depth and authenticity. I mean, even if you go to a country like Germany, or for example, where the women have feminist are feminist too, it's still easier to connect with people and talk to people because they're not fake in Germany. They like substance. They're authentic.
Yeah.
So
We
it's
get a lot of
easier. It's
German-
easier to
we get a lot of German
hold a
visitors,
meaningful
to
conversation.
Las Vegas.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
get a lot of
just
German visitors in
I'm
Las
not just
Vegas.
talking about women. I just mean if you sit on the train or the bus or on an airline, and there's a German person next to you, you can usually connect with them because they
That's
like
another thing,
authentic
lifestyle.
conversation.
Lifestyle ultimately matters too.
Yeah, but I just mean in Europe in general, people are not fake. They're much more real, and so if you're
Yeah.
very authentic, you can connect with them better because people there are more deep than in America. America is not a deep culture. If you're a deep person, you'll feel alienated. It just doesn't fit into the mainstream, and
have
you
to
notice
push
this
yourself.
from
You have to
even in
kinda,
high school on. No
yeah.
one's really deep,
Yeah.
You're a weirdo.
But
if
make
you're,
no mistake,
if you're
I
authentic,
wanted to
you're-
get at this point because we wanted to get.
Hello? Oh shoot! It looks like the thing froze. Hello? Yeah,
Yes,
my
I hear
camera
you.
froze for a few seconds. What were you saying?
Yeah, we'll have to edit that part out. Well, I wanted to get to the regions of America because we've talked about how the regions of America vary a lot.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the thing is that when you go to the South, not only people are just generally more friendly,
Mm-hmm.
but they're the kinds of people where they will likely to stop and have a conversation with you, but not to mention they'll likely invite you to your home even though they just met you.
Oh really? Have you been to the South or
Right,
just
they'll
heard about
give
that?
you
Or
tea. Right.
I mean, I've heard that too.
Yeah.
I mean, but
Yeah.
but
That's
the
not
Americans I
about
know that I've talked to from the South do seem friendlier than the ones from California.
Yeah.
The ones from California
And
are
that's
very
happened to me.
cliquish, but the
That's
ones
happened
from
to me here too. That's happened to me here too, but it's far less often than you get in the South. The Southerners are, really, it's just America really kind of still has a separation between the North and the South. Even though some of the cities have been modernized in a way, it really has a difference. And you still see a difference in how couples form in the South. If you go to Arkansas, I've been told women still marry very young. There's still kind of a difference between the two cultures. And that's actually why the median age of marriage for a woman is still less than many other developed countries in Europe. Because you understand that these religious people, especially in the South, the Amish, the Mormons, the rural agricultural areas, that bring the median down. But the reality is, it's still much different in the inner cities. And even the Midwest, people are pretty friendly. They're more likely to talk to strangers. Even when you compare to Chicago and New York, you walk down the city of Chicago, you talk to them, strangers are willing to talk to you, get your contact info, hang out, do all those kinds of things. There's quite a bit of a difference. But really, I think the cultural shift has really shifted in the West Coast and, perhaps in the Northeast to a certain extent.
Yeah,
But
but
like
are
I
you
said,
talking about people of all ages? Because I find that people that are older or elderly tend to be the most friendly and willing to talk to a
that's,
stranger.
you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I think that's the best thing you've ever said. I think that's the best thing you've
Yeah,
ever
it's a
said
pattern that
out
you
of
notice.
all the things, all the podcasts I've heard from you. That's probably the best thing you've ever said. I click more with the older people more than I do with the younger people,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
that's
the
true.
older people are less paranoid. They're more likely to talk to a stranger. They're. I mean,
Yeah.
their generation was very different. They weren't as paranoid, and plus,
And you told me it's the opposite in Russia.
a lot of older
It's the
people are
opposite.
lonely too, and they're not trying to look good or look cool. So they're going to be very down to earth and stuff.
You, you told me it's the opposite in Russia, right?
Yeah, yeah. You have a good memory. Yeah, in Russia, it's kind of the opposite because the younger people are very open and curious and sociable, but the older people are kind of grouchy because I think that I heard that in 1990 or something when the Russian ruble collapsed, they lost all their money, they lost all their savings, so they're very bitter about that or something. That's what I heard, and that's why when you see older people in Russia, they look really grouchy, so they're kind of rude, but the thing is, Russia is not a polite culture. People don't try to be polite. They try to be real. So if you see a smile, it's genuine. They don't like the American fake smiles. But yeah, the young people are very curious. They like to. When you go to Russia, they ask you a lot of questions. The girls like to meet up with you for dinner or something because they just like to meet new
Even
people.
like us?
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
like us. Even though we're not European descent.
Yeah, if you're a foreigner, you're seen as exotic, and they'll ask you a lot of questions, and it's not always romantic, they're just very curious. They like to meet new people. It doesn't mean they're necessarily that they're interested, but the thing is, when you're meeting women every day, eventually some will be interested, even if it's just 5% or less, it's still something.
Yeah.
You can use the law of averages in your favor.
Let's
It's
talk
like
about
that in the
my
Philippines
story.
too. It's like that in the Philippines too. When you meet girls every day, eventually some of them, will like you and be a repeat date rather than a one-time date. Yeah. Yeah. What were you saying?
And the thing, I want to just get to my story when I got to Manila. I flew from LAX, and when I got to Manila, there were some issues. A lot of the infrastructure of the airports were not that nice.
Yeah.
There were plenty of issues. There were
it's
some
not a
lines.
nice city. It's not, but
But then
Manila's
when I
not a
went
nice city.
to
But
the SM Mall, there were sections that were very nice. It was very developed, lots of lights. It was pretty attractive. It felt like I was in a more developed part of Asia. I got my hotel, and then I went to the SM Mall because I wanted to go somewhere for air conditioning. And as soon as I walked along, women were just smiling at me and they were blushing and giggling.
mm-hmm.
And that's something that you get far less often here in the United States.
Right.
They were smiling, they were giggling at me.
That's so
Some of them were
refreshing,
just
isn't it? Very refreshing.
Yeah, and they were too shy. And then within walking along, there was a group of women that approached me. And then we hung out, we had a good time. And then I told them, how is it the women are so different? It's just like they just told us, it's just like the way we were raised, the way we were brought up, it's just not the same. And that's the thing. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. So many young men who've had worse outcomes than their fathers and their grandfather in dating. They should come out here. They shouldn't have to deal with all the insanity that's going on in the West. And it was very relieving for me. And the thing is that we commonly hear, well, they like you because they want a green card. They think that you're American. First of all, these women were smiling at me before I opened my mouth. A lot of them, I didn't even tell them I'm from the United States.
Yeah, they don't know where you're from. They don't know where I'm from, too. They think I'm from Japan or Korea. I mean, they don't know that I'm American.
Well, then what do you make the case that they still want Middle Eastern or Northeast Asian men because it's a richer country, and they're still looking only for monetary gain? What do you make of that?
Of that claim?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they do see you as higher status, and there's some truth to all of that. I mean, but most women are not trying to move to America. I mean, that's a myth. If you ask them, they'll say they prefer to stay in their country where they have their family. They're not trying to move to America, but of course they want a better life. Women are practical and they want, they want comfort and a better life and better living standard. Of course,
most immigrants come to America because the dollar buys a lot, and then some of them are eligible for government programs. Although that's now changing, as you know. But those are the two main reasons. They don't come here for the culture, the quality of life. They don't come here for a lot of other things. They just come here for monetary gain.
Yeah,
and that's what really America is great about. You still have, your food costs, your housing costs are still pretty reasonable. Yeah, it's gotten worse in the last few years. I get it. But my rent in this above average apartment is still not even 1/3 of my income. My food costs are still a small fraction of my income. I just found out the stock market made all-time high. I've been in this thing for 15 years. So there's a lot of opportunities. I'm thinking about starting an AI business, looking to be a real estate developer. There's all these wonderful things. But the actual social part. So America has declined socially and culturally more than it has economically. You know what I mean? I think that aspect has really...
Well, yeah, that's true, but nobody talks about that. If you go on the news or on YouTube, everyone talks about politics, economics, wars.
Yeah.
They talk about the same things over and over again, and it never reaches a conclusion. It's constant friction. Left versus right. It's pointless.
I will say, though, more millennials, Gen Z, are waking up to this. They're realizing that the social scene, and many other problems America has, they're realizing for what it is, and they have a much different view of baby boomers. And that leads me to my organization. Have you heard of Strong Towns? It's an urban planning organization that is, they basically are tired of the car-dependent cities, the cul-de-sacs, the strip malls, the fact that you have to drive everywhere and all that stuff. I'm the local chapter leader of Las Vegas. And it's interesting that the people who join Strong Towns are overwhelmingly Gen Xers, millennials, and Zoomers. Boomers don't like that. The problem with boomers is that they defend the status quo, no matter how they vote on a lot of things. So, for an example, one of the worst arguments I've ever gotten was with baby boomers on the topic of gated communities. And gated areas are a sign that our society is in decline, especially here in Las Vegas. I don't know if you've been in the neighborhoods out here. There's a lot of neighborhoods that are gated, the new ones.
Oh, yeah, I've seen them.
And it's a sign of isolation. It's a sign that your society is screwed. And then they defend that crap. They defend that lifestyle. So baby boomers may be more sociable, but they're really stuck in the status quo. And they're the ones that cause a lot of the problems we have. Not just policy making, but culturally. They didn't raise their millennial children well.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that's part of it, but it seems like, I don't believe in coincidences. I think it's all engineered to be that way. It's all, there's some type of agenda, or I heard they want to reduce the population or something, so they make the relationships between men and women bad because they want to cut the birth rate down. There's that too, of course. So all of that is a factor.
They were the first adult generation that came after the counterculture. They're the first adult generation that was massively divorcing each other. You know that. So the baby boomers, they went through the changes of the 1960s and later into 20th centuries. So they do have responsibility over this. And of course, there was a lot of other policy changes that came along with it. Because remember, we had the Great Society program, the system that gave welfare to single moms. We had the change of divorce laws. There was a lot of other things. But that leads me to my other point, because here's the problem with it when a lot of people say we're criticizing modern women, as if we want to take women back to 80 years ago, that a lot of them are virgins when they get married, that a lot of them don't have careers. And that's so misleading, and it's so untrue.
It's a straw man. It's a straw man. It's fear mongering.
We're talking about how women treat us, how women don't play games with us, how women talk to us, what they offer besides just their selves. We're talking about that. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about really the culture that's talked about. In the Philippines, when you go there, the gender gap is very low. In fact, lower than the United States. So that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the pay gap, the abortion issue, all these other things. Now, of course, we can change the family court system in some aspects. I get it. But we're talking about how we're treating each other, the relations.
Well, it's the attitude that's the problem, the attitude.
Yeah.
You know, all that stuff about economics and politics, it's all just window dressing. It's not the real issue. You know, all, like you said, it's all just scapegoating. They're scapegoating these little things that don't matter. Like you know, this and that, all these trivial things and superficial things. The problem is the attitude, you know, the attitude is really bad in America socially. And, you know, it's other things too. It's the paranoia. They also engineer men and women to hate each other and be at war with each other and to not need each other. And then they have the psychology.
My other point. My other point is that the war, this battle, is not between men and women. It's the battle between most men who've been put under the bus and the very few men, the powerful elites, that have engineered the situation. Because the changes we've seen for decades is not organic. Just like a lot of
it's engineered. It's engineered. Even did you know even teenage rebellion is engineered? Before the 1950s, there was no such thing. There was no such thing as teenage rebellion before the 1950s. You remember that movie Rebel Without a Cause by James Dean in the 50s?
That's interesting. Wow.
Yeah. Before that, that began the teenage rebellion. Before that, teenagers did not rebel against society or adults. They worked with adults. You know, teenagers used to work with adults, you know, like mentors and mentorees. They did not rebel against society. That was engineered too. So even that was engineered, you know, beginning with that movie, Rebel Without a Cause.
And, you know, when we meet modern women, we're talking about the fact that when you meet them, they're more likely to go on a date with you. They're less likely to be judgmental, like, oh, okay, I don't like this guy because he's wearing a teal.
Yeah, they're not as picky about looks either. They're not as picky about looks. You know, they don't.
Now, I'm not talking about height. I'm talking about, like, reject you for useless things. Like, you may have women that will reject me because of the color of my shirt for baloney reasons. I mean, come on. It's you know what I mean. They'll reject you for any useless thing. And then
it's so
they're more likely
superficial.
to meet up with you when they have your number. They're easygoing. And then who they date. Like, one of the main differences is that you don't have the women who are absorbed by the college victim complex, and you don't have the trashy women that keep going to clubs and getting attention. I've noticed that in the Philippines you don't really have that. Either of the two. Because it's those two types of women that have really brought things down. And then, here, they'll say, well, you know, we don't want to get married young because we've got schools and everything and careers. Well, first of all, you're still dating and hooking up in college. And number two, about half of the women in this country by age 30 don't even have a college degree, and a lot of them are still not married, so you're probably hooking up with deadbeats, and you call this an upgrade in society? Why? How is this making any sense?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, in good, wholesome cultures, women usually, you know, are hardwired to seek good men. They're not seeking good men in America. I don't know what they're seeking. It seems like they're seeking the best of the best or something. They're just super picky. But
they're specific. They're very specific because, like I told you, I'm still seeing men in all categories.
But the thing is, even if you meet all their standards and they like you, I mean, it's like walking on eggshells, you know. One little thing you say can be twisted to use against you, you know. So you're never really comfortable in your own skin in America. You never feel this comfort zone with this woman. These women.
So they'll reject you because you're not a dog lover.
Yeah, I mean these little things, or you can say you can say something well intentioned, but they twist it into an insult too. they'll
Yeah,
twist
and
it
that's why
into an
most of the
insult.
dates,
So even when you
had,
have a relationship or a friendship, it's never steady. It's never stable.
most of the dates I've had, they go pretty well, but you never know if you're going to get another date.
Yeah, and
That's
everything
just how it
could
is.
go well on that first date, but then they ghost you after that, even though you got along great and she gave good vibes. Some women, they just flake. They don't even know why. Some people just flake. They just forget you the next day.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Well, like I said, this is what the Kardashians, this is what Sex in the City, Taylor Swift, Cardi B, this is what they gave us. Ultimately, if you look at the media in America decades ago, it wasn't like that. The media decades ago, the woman would get married shortly after high school. Not anymore.
Yeah, a long time ago. What were the women what were the women like that you dated in Cebu or something? I mean,
Well, I was going to get to that. So I
okay.
noticed Cebu was better than Manila. It's almost like Manila kind of got a little westernized a little bit, but Cebu was much better. And I got my hotel. The neighborhoods were still busy, active.
They
It
were
was a
better in what
different
way? There
vibe,
were less traffic or
even
what?
even 11
Okay.
p.m. So I went out of my hotel room, and there were women out there smiling at me. One of them said, "Hey, come hang out with us, talk to us." And then she asked me to meet up her at work. I couldn't ask her out. Again, you get rejections. You're going to get rejections everywhere. But then I hung out with her and her family. Now, the women are not all that pretty, and there were some single moms. And yeah, there are issues with women in every part of the world. So then, after with her, I walked along a block or two down. And then in Cebu, it was like not really Cebu, it was like an area that was kind of like a peninsula with all the hotels on the edge of the area. And they had all these like open merchants, these open stores. It was like a canopy, and they were selling items, right? Where people were walking by. And there was this one woman with her face.
Oh no, it froze again. Jeez. Yeah, can you repeat that? The video froze again.
Okay, where you want me to go
You
back?
said there was one woman something. You were talking about in Cebu. There was one woman you met. What?
Well, as soon as I got into the hotel room, it wasn't really in Cebu. It was like in a resort area, like in a peninsula or something on the beach. And as soon as I got out of the hotel room, there were women out there smiling at me, saying, "Hey, let's hang out, let's have a conversation." And sure, the women were not super pretty. There was, at least a couple of single moms I've seen. So it's not all that good, but they were warm, they were welcoming, and all that kind of good stuff. And then I hung out with them, and then the next day I saw him at the Korean barbecue place. I couldn't get a date, but so what? Then I just got out, and then I saw another group, which it was one of these like open merchants, these like open stores, canopies, where they sell necessities that people need to survive. And this other woman smiled and giggled at me, and then I walked with her. We hung out. I took her to my hotel room after we hung out at the swimming pool, and for 3 times we had bedroom action. It was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 times.
So it was a good experience, right? It felt good.
Yeah, and so that was my second woman. And then the first time when we had bedroom action, I went out to get, at this pharmacy, and then I met another woman, and I got her number. And then as soon as I was finishing up the second woman, then she left. Then I was meeting up with the third woman. And then we toured Cebu and everything, and then I slept with her. And it was just one after another. It was just amazing. And it was just, I was thinking to myself, where's all the young single men? Because there were plenty of Western men, but they were older. They were at the hotel room. Mm-hmm. They were eating brunch. And apparently, there were just not that many young men out there. I'm like, wow, you guys can just go there, go for the gold mines. So I slept with 2 women in Cebu. They were pretty easygoing. Did they have issues? Sure. And, there's going to be biological differences. I found out that the second woman later blocked me. I don't know why, but again, that's just how it is. But I really enjoyed it. It was really a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, it feels like you always have options there. So even if you get rejected or someone flakes out, you always have other options. You don't feel like you're stuck and you have to be desperate, and stuck and to take whatever you can get. You feel like you have choices. You have choices there. That's the big difference,
Over there, you wanted to focus more on quantity, not quality, because the thing is that you want to get as much as you can, and then you learn, and then you move on. So that's what you want to do. So
well, it depends on the guy. Some guys are very marriage minded, and some guys don't care about looks that much, because you probably care about how pretty they are. Some guys don't, Some guys will just take anything, It depends on their standards too. There's a lot of Western men they don't care how pretty they are. They'll take an ugly girl if she's nice, So we don't represent every guy.
Look, there were problems with the city of Cebu. It wasn't as a lot of rundown areas. There were plenty of issues. There were times where I was walking up before going from the street to the sidewalk. I had to climb up a foot and it was a steep step to get in. It was a safety hazard. So you can argue that sometimes, like some of the
you have to be very street smart and watch where you're going too, because they don't have good safety standards. So you have to have some street smarts and to be careful, and to be aware of your surroundings and mindful. But the thing is, the bottom line is, if you feel comfortable in your own skin there, that's priceless. Because you wake up every day in the Philippines. When you wake up every day, you look forward to the day. You feel good about getting out of bed. But if you're in America, half the time, if you feel depressed and not comfortable in your own skin, you don't want to even get out of bed. Because America, when things go down, you really go down and you don't even want to get out of bed. And it's very easy to get depressed there because there's nothing to keep you happy and comfortable in America. I mean, there's nothing.
I'm not depressed, but there are depressed.
But there's a lot of people that are depressed, because they take antidepressants in America. People so it's easy to get depressed.
Moments,
I mean, you know what I mean,
depressed. Yeah.
So you see what I mean, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah. So there are depressing moments, but I'm not really depressed. But again, I think sometimes
not you, but a lot of people get depressed. I get depressed in America all the time,
Yeah.
So you can see what I mean, like it's very easy to get depressed.
And then I went to Puerto Princesa. Mm-hmm. There was an outdoor karaoke. Some woman liked me, and then she came to my hotel. And then I did a little boat tour of Honda Bay.
Oh, that's on Palawan,
Yeah. And then I went to Honda Bay. Actually, the hotel I was at in Puerto Princesa, co-workers were getting together, and they were having a birthday get-together, which is something you rarely see in America, and they asked me to join them. And I did a little karaoke. And it's amazing how co-workers get together in those places. Versus here, it's like your co-workers are literally, your enemy. And this is why the office world, especially in America, is becoming so overrated. Because you get so much drama.
Yeah, there's no connection there. It's like have a nice day, have a nice day, but not around me, there's this wall, I don't like that. In America, there's this wall you don't have in a lot of other countries.
You're automatically you're automatically seen as a competitor or an enemy. You're guilty until proven innocent, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they assume the worst in there, They always assume the worst. That's what I mean.
And it's no wonder.
It's paranoia.
And the reality is, this is why people want to work from home, because they see there's no benefit going to the office. Just dealing with, complaints, drama, HR, all that other stuff. But anyway, we did the boat tour in Honda Bay, and you had middle-aged women, you had young women, giggling, wanting to talk to me, getting to know me. it was just like one person after another. It was amazing. And just all of this, benefits, all of this, just that sense of welcoming, that it's literally, it's somewhat possible in America, but still,
Yeah.
quite
So it was very eye-opening then.
significant
It was
gap.
very eye-opening. You
Yeah.
you see what I mean? That
Strangers would approach you. Yeah.
it just feels a lot more
Yeah.
comfortable and soothing, and you don't feel this anxiety or tenseness. I mean, there's not this tension or anxiety in the Philippines like there is in America, where there's this tension and anxiety. It's like it's bad. I mean, it's better for your mental health there. It's not just dating. That's what people don't get. It's not just about dating or cost of living, but your mental health is better in a country like Philippines than in America.
Yeah.
I mean, you wake up feeling
I,
glad to get out of bed, like I said. So.
Yeah, and there are problems with the country, don't get me wrong, and this world is pretty large. There's many countries around the world that may be better than this one or the Philippines. I have to travel
there's a ton of problems in the
world.
Philippines, but the thing is, you don't feel this tension and anxiety and paranoia like you do
And
in
it
America.
shouldn't happen in America. Like, seriously, why? I mean, our standard of living is better.
I heard it. I heard in the America in the America of the '60s and '70s, people were not that paranoid. They were much more fun and open, much more sociable.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely not surprised. I definitely think that is the case. But the question is, how are we gonna, how America is gonna get that back? It's very, very hard to say. I think that, every trend in America or every aspect does cycle. And then there may be a possibility.
You can't get back in a single day or something. It's a gradual process. Because once people are spoiled, it's hard to make them unspoiled,
Right, but a lot of
attitude.
things are like bubbles. A lot of things are like bubbles where it just pops, and then things change drastically in a few years. They usually...
that can happen too. But it seems like there's some type of mind control machine in America that produces this too. Like there's a mass hypnosis that keeps people the way they are. It's almost like a mental prison there. It's like a mental prison that with mass hypnosis. You can sort of feel that when you're in America. There's a certain mass hypnosis over everybody. It's like everyone's in a trance, like a trance.
What has to happen in America, for the most part, is the way we build our cities change. If you're going to build homes that garages eat up the front where we can't see your neighbors in the front porch.
But you're in the suburbs, though. I mean, it's so isolating in the suburbs.
Yeah.
It's the architecture.
And people,
the architecture.
And people tell me why I'm not a
malls.
homeowner.
The strip malls
People tell me
create
why
that.
I'm not a homeowner, because I don't want those homes. Seriously.
Yeah. But wouldn't one solution be to move to the south? I heard, like Texas or something. I know if you go to New Mexico, people are a lot friendlier in New Mexico.
I haven't been.
Friendlier than Arizona.
I haven't been.
More friendly than Arizona. New Mexico, I think, is where the southern hospitality starts. Not in Arizona, but New Mexico is. And then you go eastward to Texas and the southeast states. I think. But a lot of people say that friendliness in the South is just superficial too. People will say that too. It's not a genuine connection. It's just superficial friendliness. But that's how American culture is. It's superficial. It's hard to find a deep connection. It's much easier if you want a deep connection.
You'll socialize.
It's much easier to get a deeper connection in Europe or South America.
You'll make acquaintances, but building good, dependable relationships where you go out and enjoy and have a good time.
But even if you try to build deeper friendships, it's not always possible because a lot of people are not deep. You see what I mean? If most people are very superficial, you can't have a deep relationship with them because they're not deep people; they're superficial people. So there's only a certain you can only go so far. Like with most people, you can't talk about this. Most people you can only talk about superficial stuff. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and I feel like most of my friends are from like organizations or activism related causes. They're not friends because actually we get along. A lot of it is just we're just doing things together. We're having a goal, but if the goal is gone, accomplished, the question is we hang out afterwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
It's
in
not
most
based
cases
on
they don't. They
yeah.
you're only useful to a certain point, and then there's no reason to hang out.
Yeah.
So it's very superficial, Like
Yeah.
if you work together, there's a practical purpose, but if not, then there's no purpose because after that, people just withdraw. That's the thing about countries like America. People kind of withdraw, into their own shell. They're kind of they clam up. Like I don't know. It's like they retreat into their own world or something.
But let's just talk about the dating situation because things are not looking good in America in
They
many
haven't
ways.
been in decades. They weren't good in the 1990s either. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, and I think because a lot of men were just essentially, we're just adapting to it, thinking like that's the way it should be. The way things I think are going to change. Look, I think the passport bro movement it's going to help, but there has to be some kind of shock to the system. There has to be some kind of an event that's going to trigger a mass awakening. And I don't know what is it going to take. Now, we can, here in Las Vegas, we can lobby to expand brothels because now acquiring intercourse is going to become easier. And one of the things that could happen is maybe women are going to have to, change and adapt so they can, they're going to have to bring more to themselves than just who they are physically. There's all these things that could change. Maybe AI could come in. We can have these AI girlfriends that can really change the game quite a
and
bit.
sex robots too. They have that too. They have these sex robots
Yeah,
too.
yeah. And then, of course, people will come overseas, not because they want to get laid. Then they'll just come overseas if they want to start a family, right? And this is the other thing, because women in the Philippines were not traditional. They weren't like, oh, I'm going to not get laid until I get married. I'm going to dress a certain way. They weren't traditional. They just were not modernized, just like Thailand, the way that they are here in America. So in other words, they don't have the attitudes, the personality, the way they treat men than they do here in the United States, pretty much. So they're just not modernized the way. So when we talk about modern women, what we're trying to say is that some of the changes that women have experienced for the last 7-8 decades have not all been that great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But people are so black and white in what they think. They think, okay, just because you disagree a little bit with a Democrat, you're automatically a Republican. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, people are dissatisfied in America, and when you're dissatisfied and unhappy, you tend to see things in black and white, and you tend to exaggerate everything. That's probably why I exaggerate a lot of things too. If I'm not happy about something, it becomes, extreme. I mean, but everybody does that. Everybody exaggerates, especially if people that are unhappy. And you can feel in America, people are dissatisfied. There's a frustration. There's a tension.
Yeah.
And so the thing is, even if you found a good woman to settle down with in America, the culture still sucks, and if you don't fit in, you still aren't going to feel comfortable.
And if
in
I'm
your
going to
own
have
skin.
kids, like, are they going to be playing with other children? This is the thing. It's if you don't want people to be hooked on their devices, you want to create an environment where children want to play outside. And heck, this is probably a better experience than going to school, because you could teach the kids on your own, because that's more effective than going to school, or at least 5 days a week. And then it's better to hang out with the children in your neighborhood, so you know who they are, and there's better self-control. You see? And I want my children to walk to places like the park and the corner store, I don't want to have to drive them everywhere. So the thing is, a lot of things culturally and structurally have to change.
Yeah.
But I think there has to be a shock to the system because, look, I'm only 32. I look very young. I know as I get older, very likely, I'm likely going to attract more women. Because we all know men have it better in their upper 30s and 40s in the dating scene. There's likely going to be a young 20-something-year-old woman that would want to be with me. But what is that going to get you? She's probably not going to be marriage material. If you have a kid with her, you don't know how the kid's going to be raised. It's possible it won't turn out to be a disaster, but the odds are not good. We all know that.
Right.
So, I'm still thinking about whether it's maybe better I should just start a family in another part of the world. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it seems like there's not much choice anymore except to do that.
But, you see, there's also a side that tells me, moving out is tough. There's hope for America. Things can turn around. Now, the thing is that, remember, politically and economically is not the same as culturally. So those things can improve. Now, you can say, well, Donald Trump's in, he's doing something on immigration, and give him credit where he's due. He's doing what he's... I mean, look, the border crossings is literally down to zero at this point. I mean, we've seen changes. But if culturally things don't improve, the country's not going to get better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we know that, again, the powers that be, a lot of people in Washington, they know about this. They know that the way these modern women are done by design. They're defending them. The media is defending this change overwhelmingly. Read the articles. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the New York Times, Washington Post, MSNBC, they're all defending this load of crap. That's the way modern women are changing. And we get the whole picture. You hate what America used to be. You don't want women to be in strong, satisfying family structure. You don't want that. You don't want, all the things it's all part of the same plan. They've outsourced our jobs. They've had this immigration policy that has been one-sided. And look, but they've done this for the wrong purpose. They're doing this for an agenda. You see? Can't you see everything is so anti-white?
Yeah.
Academia.
Yeah, and I don't like that.
And then when they put DEI and affirmative action, by the way, a lot of that goes to women too, we're discriminated as well, not just whites.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
all that stuff is forced. It's not natural or organic. I don't like all this, it's called reverse discrimination, where you're discriminating.
You think you have to
you don't, you can't fix racism by discriminating against the other place, but other people, but,
like punishment.
all of that talk it's just to divide people and to cause people to be in conflict, and it never ends. They were talking about this stuff in 1992 too, back then. There's a very simple fix to all of this. Just tell people to be kind and treat people with respect, and all of that racism, discrimination stuff will go away on its own. But you can't force racism to disappear. It's always going to be part of human nature. So there's no point in talking about it. There's no point in talking about it all the time.
Winston, race does matter. My mom has racial preferences who I want to be with.
Of course it matters. I'm just saying you can't eliminate racism by making it illegal. It's always going to be there.
The growth in Idaho and Montana is a result of, I think, largely white flight. Let's just call it what it is. American neighborhoods, a lot of them are not racially diverse, even here in Las Vegas. Race does have an impact on what type of girl I like and whether they like me.
Of course, race matters. But I'm just saying they can't fix racism by making it illegal or talking about it all the time.
Even in America, I've had I've had better success attracting Southeast Asian and Latina American women than others. You know that.
Yeah, because the
'Cause
white
even if
women in
they're
America are
Americanized,
very
it's
cold.
still-
Have you noticed that the Caucasian women in America, they tend to be quite cold, especially on the West Coast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
It's like
I have
they're
a
just
ginger-
really, really soulless and reptilian.
I have a ginger
They're
friend
not like
from
the white
Beverly
women in
Hills who
Europe.
tells me that.
The white women in Europe are a totally different breed than the ones in America.
Yeah.
The ones in America
Yeah.
are just so plastic. They're so unfriendly. You know, I mean, not all of them, but most of them are. You know, like you see
I met
like when you go to
someone-
the supermarket. Have you noticed when you go to the supermarket in Las Vegas, all the white women look super, super cold there for some reason.
Not really. I don't know. I haven't seen that.
What, in Las Vegas, like in the supermarket? Haven't you noticed that the white
A
girls,
month before.
I mean,
before I
they're
went
just
to
not warm. You know, they're not warm.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, a month before I went to the Philippines, in the Trader Joe's in Henderson, I had a nice conversation with a white woman.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes
for like
you can,
30
but I
minutes.
mean, in general, when you look at them, they all look really cold, like they don't, like they're not open.
You mean their facial reaction?
Yeah, their face,
Oh,
their body
okay.
language. You know, I
Yeah.
don't mean the one you talk to. I just mean in general when you look at all
Oh,
of them
yeah.
in the supermarket, they just look. They have this really cold vibe, like
My ginger friend.
like they're in another world. You know, like they're in another world.
My ginger friend, he lives in Beverly Hills. He's a ginger, redhead.
Yeah.
And he's had success attracting white women in LA, but the thing is, he has a lot of issues with that. And he says, yeah, in order to have a kid that looks like me, I'm going to reproduce with one of them, but I don't want to live with them. I'm going to live with an Asian or a Latina woman.
Yeah, the Asian women have more of a. I mean, not all Asian women, the Southeast Asian women, they have more of a softness, you know, that. Like the
Oh, yeah.
simplicity. They have more of a simplicity, the Southeast Asian women. I mean, not Northeast. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
mean, when I say Asian, I don't mean like Chinese or Japanese. They're much more complicated, but the Southeast Asian ones have a more simple.
I was with
Nature,
I was with a Filipino woman who worked in the Rio Hotel across the street, and she came to my place.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
and
know
she
what
was
you
good,
mean.
or she was nice?
Huh?
She was nice?
Yeah,
or-
pretty friendly. Yeah. And then after a while, she made it hard for me to hook up with her, and then she ended up having a boyfriend. So, oh well. But at least I got it. You know.
Yeah, it seems almost like dating in America is cursed, you know. Even when you go,
At
when
least
you
you got
get
action.
lucky, even when you get lucky, it goes south eventually.
I know.
It just feels
Yeah.
like it's almost cursed or something.
And then I was with a woman who was mixed race for 6 months. She lived with me for 6 months. She didn't even work. See, and it's funny. It's the thing how women say they're independent, but a lot of them don't work. She lived with me. She didn't have a job, and just I wasn't enjoying much from her. I was just getting company. Most of her expenses, like clothing and food, I paid. It wasn't much, like a few hundred a month. And most of the nights, she didn't sleep with me. And that's just how it is. She was 9 years younger than me. She approached me in the Fontainebleau Hotel 2 weeks after it opened. And it was just a way from her to get from in between, one after another. That's pretty much what it was.
But was she honest about everything, or did she mislead you? And
Well, she was Southern. She was kind of like laid back. But no, I kind of felt like she did hide some things. Is that what you're talking about?
well, yeah, I
Because
mean, I
apparently
don't
what
mind
happened
a
was-
relationship where
Apparently what
there's
happened was she was seeing other people at the end.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't mind that kind of a relationship as long as it's honest, you know. But you know, it's hard to find any honest women at all. I mean, it's almost like they lie like it's in their genes or something. I mean,
And I think that the reason why the Filipino women don't have very high body counts is because when they're with a guy or two, they're so easy to get along. They are more dependable that they just stick with you and easily get married. Because like I said, there's a reason why a high body count is taboo, because not only it decreases the chance of you marrying her, she's going to stick with you, but it says, like, okay, you were with all these men, but you couldn't get along with them. You couldn't be a woman that was, some guy that you could, like, make the guy happy, be a good, dependable person. And so the guy left you. So not only was how you were, but the guys you picked as well. Because if you're going with a deadbeat, of course, you're like going to have a high body count.
Well, yeah, I read a lot of articles that say that women, if they have too many partners, they can't be monogamous after that, but men still can. Because men, when they love someone, the love is much more deeper. The women are much more practical, but a man's emotions can be deeper for a woman. I mean, his romantic feelings are much deeper than a woman's.
Well, even the promiscuous woman in Thailand is still not the same as promiscuous women in the West.
No, because their attitude is different,
Yeah.
They like to please their man. They like to please men in Thailand. In Thailand, they have this attitude that a woman should please a man, not a man should please a woman. I mean, it's not like in America where everyone thinks they're a goddess. Every woman thinks they're a goddess or something, or a diva. It's just too out of control. There's just too much self-delusion. That's the thing I don't like about Americans. They're too self-delusional. They say all this BS and it's not true. Like, oh, I deserve the best. I deserve nothing but the best. I create my own reality. I can manifest anything. There's too much BS. It's self-delusion.
Yeah. A good chunk of them.
People even think nowadays they think they're God. A lot of some Americans in the New Age movement, they think they're gods too. They think, oh, I'm just God in a body and I can manifest anything.
Well, this leads me to my point. It's just too much self-delusion. Because here's the thing, if women are not being loyal, they're not being good wife material, and they're just seeking attention. They're being promiscuous, but the rate of intercourse has fallen compared to 20 years ago, 60 years ago. In fact, there's reports show that even women are having less intercourse than they did decades ago. If we're not getting much from women, I think the men should just rise up and say, listen, we're going to strike. The men should overwhelmingly stand up, maybe organize locally, fight back, maybe have trucker convoys like they did in Canada. All the truckers are going to say, hey, listen, women, if you're not going to change, we're going to stop delivering your items. You're going to have to change. Men and women don't exist just because we identify as that, or you just pick and choose. No. You're going to have to serve us too, and we're going to demand a strike. Or I think the men should just rise up and say, hey, listen, if you're not giving us anything, there's no reason for us to live with you. We should just take America and just break up the country and say, hey, women, you just go live in this territory. You no longer have to be oppressed by a patriarchy, and we're going to have to live our separate lives. If you threaten those things, then I think things are going to change. And I think the way we fight back is not to just start screaming at women. We have to scream at these elites, these powerful men that have gotten us to this situation. The people who produce those horrible television shows like the Kardashians that gave us this situation. Until the men start rising up to those freaks, then I think things are going to change. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, even if you got on a mainstream podcast,
either they're going to have to stand up or they're going to have to get out of this country. I don't know, but they're going to have to do something.
Yeah,
I'm going to do both.
But it's really difficult to change your society. It's much easier to just change your location, and that's the basis of my movement. Because even if you changed America, somebody will just come and change it back. So even if you win, eventually, you could lose again, because if somehow you became a savior and changed the country, somebody else will change it back. You see, for example, even if Donald Trump turns out to be a good president and he changes a lot of things, the next president could change everything back to make it worse again.
But
so it's never
though.
permanent.
No, but Americans are changing, though. I mean, if you look at the polls, America's view on immigration has changed. America's view on dating has changed compared to 10 years ago. I think more people are seeing that this isn't working. So I think Americans are changing.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a cycle of ups and downs, but it's hard to predict what direction that change will go.
And there are some good
but
news.
what goes down must come up eventually.
The legacy media is losing more and more support, and if this continues, the CNN and MSNBC are just going to close down. Even Fox News, I'm not surprised, because people are tuning out to these things.
Oh yeah, because they repeat the same thing all the time, and it's useless. The stuff they talk about in the media. You know what? What would be cool is if one of us could get on something like a Joe Rogan podcast. Then you could reach millions of people about all of this stuff, because people don't talk about this stuff. People don't talk about this stuff.
I tell you what I did do. I did go to a town hall meeting with state legislatures, and it was a Asian organization. And again, I'm not against Asians. I'm just saying I just don't trust organizations like that behalf on an identity group, and we don't know if they really care about the people. They're pushing an agenda. But I spoke to one legislature. I told them he's looking to expand brothels in the state. That could be one thing. Last week, I was in Los Angeles in a studio called Jubilee. You know Jubilee? Have you heard of that YouTube channel? It's when one guy like a Joe Rogan or a Jordan Peterson sits in the middle, and there's a circle around him, and then they debate him.
Oh,
have you seen that?
No.
Oh, because they have talked about modern women and feminism. I think Pearl was there one time. There was a lot of different individuals out there who, talked about these issues. So I am getting out there, but I would be happy to talk about these issues in Joe Rogan, because I know Tim Pool is talking about it. I think eventually even Elon Musk is going to have to talk about this issue, because he's talked about, the birth rates are low. Well, hello, you can't have a high birth rate if your dating scene is the way it is.
Yeah.
Tim Pool has talked about it, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Andrew Tate has talked about this too. But the thing is, people see him as an asshole, So people like us are lumped in with him.
Yeah, but just because he talks about it doesn't mean he's a great person. I mean, I don't trust this guy. I mean, it's possible to have a bunch of rough, untrustworthy people who spread the right message. You just have to have more people who talk about it until they won't be able to, take all of us down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, people like Andrew Tate gives us a bad image, because they think that we're these backward, abusive men, or something. Or
I don't know his story. I think he did some screwed up things. I'm not surprised.
Well, yeah, I heard he got arrested in Romania or something too. So I mean, it damages his image. Probably he was involved in something illegal too. So I mean.
But again, you're right. We have to talk about it. I think Tucker Carlson has interviewed what's his name, Matt Walsh, about the topic.
Oh yeah, he has a very big channel too. If we could get on there, that would be good.
Yeah, and the good news is this topic doesn't get censored as much as the race issue, because I know a lot of people talk about the race issue, and a lot of them get censored. Even I've gotten censored about it. I mean, listen, Koreans and sub-Saharan Africans are not the same. They built different societies. It is what it is. It's not hateful to say that.
Well, the dating stuff you're talking about isn't as censored as it used to be. But the thing is, if we talk about leaving the country to go overseas, that is still taboo. If we talk about going abroad to date women, I mean, even Tucker Carlson would like that, because he's very pro-American. He's very patriotic. Because a lot of Americans like Tucker Carlson are very patriotic, and they don't want that idea of going overseas for a better life. They would be against that.
I'm just saying that if Americans are going to stay in America, they should fight back. I'm just saying either fight back or get out. Don't do none of the above. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you don't fight back, then we're going to be looking back and realize, well, these men were such pussies for accepting things the way they are. Because remember, there's tens of millions of American men that are frustrated. If we took out to the streets or whatever, it could really make a difference. Because you can't say that tens of millions of Americans can just move out of the country. It can't work. You know? And maybe it can work, because get this, if millions of American men move out, then they're going to lose talent. They're going to lose skills. They're going to have shortages of engineers. They're going to have a shortage of truck drivers. They're going to have a shortage of electricians, garbage men. Their whole thing is going to go to shambles. Maybe it is a good thing.
Yeah, it's good if it's possible. I mean, but a lot of people can't do it because, you know, they'll say they don't have enough money, or they're too attached to America, or you know, they don't have any residual income, or family or attachments. But some guys just can't live overseas. They're just too attached to American lifestyle, you know.
Okay, so
it's not for everybody,
well, what if you're
but it should
like
be discussed.
Somebody like me who've been in the stock market for 15 years, or cryptos, and we have hundreds of thousands of dollars, I don't mean to brag, of wealth. Millions. Do you suggest we get out and go overseas and never work again? Because that kind of wealth it's going to set you for life.
Yeah, well, I would, in that position, because your happiness and your relationships are a lot more important than you know, spending time making more and more money every day. I mean, because the money comes and goes, but your time is precious. You know, you can't get back the time, the years that you waste. So you have to prioritize. The time is a more valuable currency. So if I were you, because you know, it's not just the Philippines. There's a lot of places you can go where life is happier and better. I mean, you could consider Thailand.
What Latin American countries do you suggest? Because I like those women better, and I know Spanish. So where would you recommend? Peru, Colombia?
Well, I haven't been there, but all my friends recommend, Brazil, Colombia. Argentina's good because it has European culture and people are more deep and intellectual there. Yeah, you can have deeper conversations in Argentina.
Do you think the country is not the same because of the high inflation they had? Not they have, but they...
Yeah, I don't know about that. I just know it's easier to talk to people and connect with people there, you know. But I don't know about the economics. But the thing is, if you have a lot of savings, then you have a good nest egg. And in these countries, you can stretch your dollar a lot more. You can, you know, it depends on how good you are with managing money.
Right.
If you're very good,
is it like the Philippines where I could talk to 10 women and one of them would go on a date with me?
Yeah, a lot of these countries are not going to be as good as the Philippines, but there's something in between. You know, it's not going to be as bad as the U.S. Even in Mexico, it's like that. People say in Mexico, it's not as easy to get a date as the Philippines, but it's easier than America. I mean,
I've been to Tijuana 3 times. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there too, but that's a bad example. That's a bad example because there's a lot of seedy people there. I've been there once, but people say even Mexico has a better attitude with men and women. They have a better attitude than in America. So Mexico isn't super easy, but it's better.
Even the immigrants that come to, because I go to these swap meets, flea markets, even there's a little bit of a difference between the people in those places than the rest of the area, because I can definitely see that, but
it's not as uptight.
Tijuana is not going to be much different than Los Angeles. I mean, you'd have to really go down in the country to get much of a shock.
Yeah, no, I mean Tijuana is good if you want the pay for pleasure thing, where you can get
food,
a ton of girls, for a pretty low price and stuff. But I mean they're kind of lower quality, but some of those girls are sweet, especially in Tijuana, the ones that are not as hot. If they're mediocre looking and plain looking, they're going to be very sweet. in Tijuana. You
Yeah.
can find really
Well,
sweet women too.
in Latin America,
But it's a
their
wild place, and you have
obesity
to be very careful. It's a wild place, and
in Latin America, their obesity rate is even less than America, and so if you look at the Latinas in there, it's a better quality.
yeah,
than
and
the ones
they're
in
diverse
America.
there too. In Latin America, you have dark skin, caramel skin, light skinned women. You have different variety, but their
I'll go with
attitude is
caramel.
much better.
I'll go with caramel.
Yeah, caramel's a good middle ground,
And,
but
and
there's
actually, that's why Southern Europeans, Middle Eastern men go for Southeast Asia, but Northern European men, pale-skinned men, they go for Northeast Asia. Have you noticed that? Because I noticed that men will have success with Korean and Japanese women, than somebody like me. So
yeah, who you are matters too. But there's a Happier Abroad documentary you should see. It was made a while ago about black men going to Brazil. It's called Frustrated Black Men in Brazil.
That.
Oh, you saw that? Okay. Yeah, that was made a while ago, but it's on YouTube, I think, and it's a pretty good documentary of how the women in Brazil have a much better attitude than in the U.S. But you could also consider, other places like Thailand or Vietnam or Cambodia. Those countries in some ways are better than the Philippines.
I would try Vietnam.
Yeah, they're better than the Philippines because things are even cheaper and they're better quality, but they're not going to be as sweet as the Filipinos are. They're better quality. Like you go to Thailand, the food is much better. What you get for what you pay is much better. Like the prices are much lower than a little lower than the Philippines. But the thing is, what you pay for, you get better quality. The quality of what you get is better in Thailand, but you're not going to get the sweetness as the Filipino women are. So Thailand is not. It's not good if you're looking for a wife.
What about Indonesia?
Yeah, that's good too. I heard it's good, but most of Indonesia is kind of conservative because it's Muslim, and so the women are not going to be as open as in the Philippines. But it has certain sections in Indonesia where you can have a wild time. Like there's red light districts and stuff where you can have a lot of fun, but it's not. But overall, the society is pretty conservative.
Yeah, and the Vietnamese woman I was just with, she, her father moved back to Vietnam. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because there's a poll that has been done that says that a third of Asian immigrants in the United States are considered moving back to their home country.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that too. Because in Vietnam things are good now. Things are very low priced. And they're good quality, and everyone that's been to Vietnam says it has a good vibe. It has a cheerful vibe, they're more positive there. And I also heard that if you want a Northeast Asian woman, a Vietnamese woman is not going to be as picky as a Chinese woman because a Chinese woman is going to be fussy and picky, because Chinese women aren't that laid back either. They're kind of,
Yeah. Well, no,
kind of difficult and picky.
I would prefer Vietnamese because
they're more laid back.
Well, not only that, but their looks. I like their looks better because the Filipino women, they have a mixture of those, Pacific Islander, Aboriginal look. I don't know how to describe it, but their skulls look much different.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They look kind of too exotic. Too. Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but if I'm gonna,
I agree. I think I told you before you went that I think only 5% of Filipino women are attractive, maybe just 5%. So I mean that's better than nothing, but it's not. That, yeah. But you go to Thailand or Vietnam, the percentage of attractive women are much higher. They're much better looking in general.
Yeah.
So you should put that on your list. Thailand is really good for that, and the food is amazing and heavenly in Thailand, and it's cheaper than the Philippines too, I think, because you get better quality for what you pay for. So
are you in the Philippines now?
No, I am at my parents' house in Taiwan.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm not there either, but Yeah, so for example, a $20 hotel in Thailand will get you a much better quality hotel than a $20 hotel in the Philippines. So for the
Oh
same price,
yeah.
you get a much better value, much
I felt
more
like the
clean.
Philippines, the hotels were not much cheaper than America.
Well, you can get cheap hotels. You just have to, use Agoda and research it online and look for the cheaper ones. I mean, the cheaper ones are like 2-star. They're not going to be good quality. But the thing is,
Yeah.
what you did, I think, was you looked at the advertisements and looked at the biggest ads for the biggest hotels, and of course, those are going to be expensive. But if you searched online, you could find a lot of $20 hotels, but they're going to be not very good quality.
Yeah.
But I'm just
But
saying you can get cheap
I
hotels
would
in
want to
Philippines,
try.
but the same
I
price,
would
it's
want
much
to
better
try.
in Thailand.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I would want to try Latin America, Argentina, Colombia, maybe Costa Rica, and again, I'm just wondering what the challenges may be, but you know,
Yeah, Costa Rica's another hot spot too. Costa Rica, Colombia, Brazil. Every guy recommends those places.
you don't think though when those countries and even Asia, Southeast, when their birth rates are going down, you don't think it's a sign that things are getting worse?
Oh yeah, of course. When the birth rates go down, it means women, are more independent and don't need men. So
Do
their
you think it's the
attitude has
cost of
gone down.
living, or
Yeah,
what do
but
you
the
think
birth
it
rates
is?
are not low in South America. They're low in places like
No, they have
Japan,
come
Korea.
down. Most of them are below replacement now. Philippines went below replacement. Thailand is below
Oh,
replacement.
the Philippines usually has a very high birth rate, though.
No, it just
I,
went below replacement. Yeah.
oh, I didn't know that. I don't know why. I mean,
So now it's just Afghanistan, Iraq, and sub-Saharan Africa that's above replacement.
so all that population increase is coming from Africa then, or something, or
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's my concern, because you want to go there before things get worse, or you don't know, God knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, things have gotten worse in the Philippines. It's not as good as it was in 2006 when I went. When I first went in 2006, it was a total paradise back then. You should have went in 2006. That's when it was a paradise.
Too young.
But yeah, I mean, things have gotten worse in the Philippines, but it's still a fun
How was
place.
it better?
It's still a fun
How
place.
was it better?
How was it better? I mean, there was a lot more women. Everything was cheaper. The attitude was better. I mean, the women generally, yeah. I mean, they wanted to stay with you longer. They were less flaky. They were more stable. They had a more pure heart back then, and there was a lot more to choose from. I don't know where all the women went. They either got married or some became webcam girls, or some just disappeared, or who knows? But the thing is, I mean, Filipino women don't age. That's the one drawback is they don't age well. They're not going to age well like Chinese women are.
So here's the million-dollar question. Do the men in those countries, non-Western countries, do they have a better dating outcome dating those women there than the men here in America dating women here?
Well, of course they do. I mean, in the countries we mentioned, yes, they do. But the thing is, everyone thinks the grass is greener on the other side. So nobody thinks they have it good. They always are looking at something that they're missing. So, for example, in the Philippines, the local men might be able to get women there, but they're not focused on that. They're thinking of something that they're missing, like, oh, I don't have a good income. I should move to another country to get a better income. So every guy thinks that the grass is greener on the other side. It's a psychological phenomenon.
So that explains the shortage of men, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
even in America, you have that too. Like, for example, people from the West Coast think Texas is very friendly and more hospitable, but people that live in Texas don't think their state is that friendly because they're looking at something else. The grass is greener on the other side.
Right.
Nobody thinks where they live is that great. They're always complaining about something. So everyone thinks it's better somewhere else. It's kind of a psychological thing, or maybe kind of like a Murphy's Law type
I
of thing.
moved from Southern California, yeah.
Yeah, because you tend to think, the grass is greener somewhere else, and your hometown sucks and is overrated. Even in people in California thinks it's overrated. When I grew up there, people were saying that it was overrated.
Yeah. Well, it still is. It's overpriced.
But I think in all these countries we mentioned, it's easier for men to find a woman, I think. But I mean, it doesn't mean that it's going to be compatible. But if they just want to find any woman, you can easier. But I think it's just like I told you earlier. You can use the law of averages. So in a place like the Philippines, if it doesn't work out with a woman, you can always find another one. There's always choices. So you can use the law of averages to your advantage. You know what? When I was in Russia, most Russian women are not attracted to Asian men, but I could use the law of averages to my advantage. So if I cold approached every day the women in Russia, eventually
the odds are better.
Yeah, eventually I find one or two that do like me. It's a small percentage. So even in Russia, where racism is against me, I can still use the law of averages to my advantage because the women like talking to strangers, and so eventually I find a few that like me.
The thing is, it's the same sort of like here, the law of averages, but depends on what standards you set. So the thing is that here is if you're just trying to find a 20-something-year-old woman who's fit, attractive, well, you're not going to find that easily out here. And one of the things I noticed is because for a while America had low birth rates, the population has aged. But the other thing is that, can you find them when they're alone or with somebody? Now, obviously, let's just say if you have very low standards. Let's say if I want to date any woman between the ages of 20 to 55 years old, who doesn't have to be all that fit, or whatever. Now, you can get something. So, I think in America, it's not just whether you can get something, it's whether or not what type of woman are you going to get? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we do have cougar women in this country. There's a lot of older women that want to date younger men. But the question is that what you want to embrace?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that might be true for you and some guys, but there's a lot of guys in America that don't get any dates. There's no law of averages for them. I mean, they don't.
Well, I have to see what they're doing. I mean, if you just keep trying and come out in a pretty decent manner, I mean, you will find somebody. It's just a question of what.
Maybe once in every few years, but all throughout the 1990s, I cold approached women every day, and I got nothing for it either. So there was no law of averages for me, and I mean, even when I was in college.
There's nothing wrong with you. It's just college. That you're not the type that a lot of them want.
And they're not interested, or they flake out. So it's not. So for me, there was no law of averages I could use in America.
So why did I get approached?
Huh?
A few times. Why did I get approached a few times in life? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they you were more their type, or they found you exotic and interesting, or they were curious, but I mean, if you and I were to switch bodies and you were me and you tried to do that, I mean they wouldn't approach you, maybe, so it wouldn't work. There would be no law of averages. It's kind of like, so some guys don't get any dates. It's kind of like there is no dating game, because it's like playing baseball but never being allowed to bat.
So your only shot is just to have an arranged date or something.
Yeah, or to I mean, I've had a few girlfriends in the U.S., but it was like once every 5 years or something, and it's just way too sparse,
I feel like if you would have fit in and had a bunch of friends that were cool, your chances would have been better.
Yeah.
But why would you want to do that? Why would you want to try to push yourself like that just to get women?
Yeah, and I did try to do that, but the thing is, if you try to fit in and you don't, people see that, and they recognize you don't really fit in, and this is especially true if you have some autism or Asperger's, then that makes it even much worse, because if you have autism or Asperger's, people see your eyes and see that you're not on the same wavelength, and they automatically ostracize you.
I can see that. Yeah.
I mean, I haven't had a psychiatrist tell me that I had Asperger's, but some of my friends say that I might have it. But even if I don't have it, I'm still neurodivergent. I'm not neurotypical
Mm-hmm.
because I'm kind of eccentric. So I'm still wired differently than other people. So, and the thing is, if you're neurodivergent, unless you're a successful Hollywood actor like Jack Nicholson or something, you're going to be it's going to go against you, unless you're rich and famous like Jack Nicholson or something.
Speaking of America, I feel like mutual friends is what really attracts women. So when you look at the celebrities, when you look at Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, all these sports heroes, they're attractive because a lot of women want them. They have high social proof. If you don't have social proof in America and perhaps other parts of the West, your odds are much less. That's the thing. But the other thing is that what made overseas much different was the population was younger. So there was more younger women to choose from, more in their prime years. But the other thing is that the lifestyles were different. People were out more, cities were more busy, you had more to choose from. It wasn't like most parts of America where it was like everybody's just sitting at home or really in their cars all the time. And that leads me to my other point. When I go out for errands, when I go out for grocery shopping, gas stations, stores, doing errands, I'm not seeing a lot of young people anywhere. Young men are increasingly staying at home, doing porn and video games, and young women are not going out like they used to. Shopping malls are not thriving as they used to be. So I think the problem is here, people are staying at home too long. And the way you fix the dating scene is you have to get people out more. That's just the way it is. Get people out more, get the hell out of nightlife and the apps. And the good sign is those apps and nightlife are losing popularity. We'll see where it goes. But the more you go out, I think it's going to help. In fact, I've even heard a lot of young women are now going to Home Depot and Whole Foods to try to get guys. I've seen that. I've heard about that because now they're saying, well, the apps and the nightlife is not working out. Well, hello, we preferred those avenues for a long time, you see. But our culture has manipulated us to think that those avenues are not the way to do it. And so this is what led to nightlife and the apps. And when I was in the Philippines, you would be out of your mind going online or even going on the nightlife venues. I mean, there's just so many women out there, you would never want to think about going to those places.
Yeah, well, people do go to those places. But on a similar point of what you made about you don't see young people outside, I mean, another thing is that, I haven't seen anyone, when I go out in America, I don't see anyone using code approach to meet people either. I mean, you say you do it sometimes, but the thing is, I don't see people doing it. And the last time, people usually keep to themselves. You don't see a guy approaching a girl, and you definitely.
And then they'll talk to you, but they'll try to pull it out as much as they can in a very nice fashion.
Yeah, but I don't see, like when you go out on the strip in Las Vegas, you see everyone is with people they know. That you don't see a stranger talking to a woman and trying to pick her up or something.
I've done that.
You do that.
And I have succeeded, but the odds are not that good.
You say you do that, but the thing is, when I go to the strip, I don't see anybody doing that. For example, approaching a stranger or something, unless they want to sell something. But I don't see a guy trying to pick up a girl using code approach. Yeah. Because in America, it's kind of like you don't talk to a stranger unless it's business related. Huh?
There are safety concerns because 2 YouTubers got in a fight in front of the Bellagio. I don't know if you've heard about that. And then one of them shot and killed the other YouTuber and his wife.
Oh, because of what? Because of an argument?
BS things.
But the thing is, it's just not normal. It's just not normal to do that in America. But for some reason, the movies make it look so easy. But in real life, you don't see people code approaching to get a date. So I think for most people, they don't. There's no law of averages. Either you have.
And then
it's like you said. You need social proof. You need a click. You need a social proof.
And then when you do that, she could be an escort. She's trying to use you for a drink.
There's that.
other
but I just
things.
mean like
Yeah, and
regular
that's the
mainstream
other-
people.
That's the other concern.
I just mean, I don't mean an escort. I just mean like a regular mainstream, like a tourist. Like you know, in Las Vegas, there's that saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So people think it's a wild place where people do wild things, but you know, I don't see people doing wild things. They just stick to their own family or group and don't talk to anyone outside of that. You know, they might loosen up a bit and you know, dance or party, you know, at the club or something, but I don't see people actively engaging with strangers,
well,
you know.
I've had some success, but not to the point that it's
I know you say you cold approach, but I'm saying most guys don't do that.
You're in the club.
Most guys don't go out and talk to a female stranger or approach them. I mean, you don't see that when you go outside, especially the supermarket or even Home Depot. When I go to Home Depot, I see everyone's just minding their own business. And when you go to Trader Joe's, for example, you see a ton of people in there, but you know, everyone's just minding their own business, shopping and.
But I've had good conversations with random women in grocery stores.
I mean, I haven't, but I don't think most guys. I mean, I don't think most guys do cold approach anywhere. I mean, it just feels inappropriate. You know, it's just
because the odds are not good. The odds are not good.
It's not just the odds, but it feels like a social taboo. Like it's inappropriate. Like you'll be seen as some creep or predator. You know, because I've done that in Washington. I've used cold approach, and sometimes they'll call a security guard and say this guy is bothering me too.
Oh, that's hardly ever.
Yeah,
happened.
in Washington they do that. If you use cold approach in Washington, they consider it a violation, and they'll call security guard or the cops on you. It's considered like a taboo or a violation. I mean, they don't do that as much in California, okay, but in Washington they do. They'll call security or something. So they're very, very hateful toward men, that cold approach. So it feels like taboo, you know, like a taboo, but. So it's not just that the odds are low; it just feels taboo. If I try to approach if I try to talk to anyone in Las Vegas, they just ignore me. They don't even talk to me, period, at all. You know.
They do talk to me. They do.
Yeah, not to me. I mean,
but the question is, does it get anywhere? Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, sometimes if you see a girl sitting alone in the strip at a hotel, you can talk to them, but yeah, it'll feel defensive. But what about the local university? You can go there and see a lot of young people there too, right? A lot of young women.
Yeah, I've hit on them. Hit on them, but like I said, the odds of them getting anywhere,
because UNLV will have a ton of girls there, right?
And there's a 1% chance that it ends up in a disaster. It did happen to me recently at a pub, and I asked her if she works there. I wasn't hitting on her, and she was alone. And then she was like, "Does it look like I effing work here?" I'm like, "What's your problem?" I'm like, "I thought you were a bartender. You were just chilling."
Yeah, even a lot of Latina women in Las Vegas look like they have this attitude, you know, this conceited attitude, you know, this diva attitude. A lot of Latino women there look like that too.
I haven't seen that a whole lot. In fact, the majority of women I've dated here were Latinas.
Oh yeah, but the ones I see walking, you know, like in the Rio or something, or in the Strip or the parking lot. I mean, they have this diva look, like they're like. I
haven't seen it. Maybe I'm used to it. I don't know. It's just, you know, I agree. There are definitely problems. I mean, as far as me getting dates, I would just talk to the women in my apartment building, or just talk to women who work in the casinos nearby. I mean, that's pretty much the shot I have. Mm-hmm. But I said...
Can you just walk up and down the strip and meet women that way? I mean, it doesn't seem conducive. Because people, when women walk on the strip, they're just... I don't know, they're going someplace and they don't really want to stop and talk to you. You know what I mean?
Like a 1 out of every 30.
It's kind of like the tunnel vision, you know, they're going...
Well, a lot of them are with another man, too.
Yeah, but even if they're alone, if they're alone with other women, alone or with other women, they just walk on by and you know, there's...
Yeah, you got to really push it, like not only compliment them, but even introduce yourself and really start to get their attention. Because if you just talk in a low pitch,
if you just say, "Hey, what's up? What's up? What are you doing?" Like that. Walk away. If you just say, "Hey, what's up? What are you doing?" They just walk by and ignore you.
No, they do. They do stop. I mean, I was at Resorts World. One of them said thank you. I complimented her shirt, but I wasn't really pushing at it, and she just walked out. So, I mean, I know she didn't stop. She was with another friend, but, you have to do it one out of every 30 chance or 40 chance to get somebody
but I've
to stop.
seen women walking alone in Vegas, and they don't stop when I talk to them either. When they're
In Resorts World, there was a Persian woman at the pool club, and she was alone. And then the thing was, we hung out. I got her pizza, gave her a ride. She kissed me. Yeah. So like I said, that stuff does happen. But it's just, you're right. The odds are not as good as overseas. I can tell you.
Yeah, and you don't see guys even trying to. I mean, when I'm on the strip and trying to talk to girls, I'm the only one that's trying. Everyone else,
there's no benefit.
Just
there's
minding
really
their
not
own
much
business.
Benefit anymore.
It's that, but the thing is, it feels...
Your odds of getting laid is less.
It feels
your
taboo,
odds of finding a wife material is less. Because the odds are less. It's just not there.
Yeah. But it feels kind of inappropriate.
Simply put it, there's better things to do in our lives than to do this stuff.
Yeah. But it also feels inappropriate, too. Like taboo, too. Because, people in America, they mind their own business. They don't... they're not that open to talk. Even your neighbors aren't that open to talking to you, really.
I know some of my next door neighbors, but we've never ever hung out and
it's just polite talking. Just polite 5 minutes.
Yeah. Now
but they don't invite you inside for coffee or something.
Some of the neighbors who are in the building, we've hung out, but they're not next door. They're other neighbors in the building. I see what you mean. So I think what it is that it is a concern, but it's not too obvious. Because if it was too obvious, if it was so extreme, then people would find out. Just like with dating, they don't want to make it to the point where nobody's getting action, because then it would be so obvious. They wanted there to be some action to make you think there's nothing wrong with the dating scene. It's just really you or something else. It's just the way it should be. But in reality, there's still a lot of problems. You know what I mean?
But it's also like what you said. You have to fit into, the clique, the social groups, or the school that you're in, and have the social proof. You have to fit in and have a social clique to give you
slang
proof.
Terms.
Social proof. And if you don't have that, it's much harder because... But that's how most people do find their girlfriends. I think they have like you said, they have mutual friends. They fit
it's not like overseas where you could just rely on picking random ones and then just, getting to know them and stuff. It's not like that.
Yeah, even if you were in France or Germany or Spain, you could take a train and just meet women sitting next to you on the train. It'd be very easy.
I'm not surprised, yeah.
Because they like to meet new people. They're curious. They want to know where you're from, where you're going, what you're doing. They're very curious.
Right?
They're very curious. They'll start the conversation and it rolls. The conversation rolls very well,
Did you say Spain?
Yeah, I'm just saying in Europe in general.
Well, because I know Spanish, and I have a Spanish teacher from my sophomore year in high school who I spoke to her about 2 years ago, and she recommends I move to Spain. She knows America has problems. And so the thing is, if I were to work on my Spanish, go to Spain, experience the culture, this woman I know, she's 20 years older than me, married, no kids. She lives out here. She knows Spanish. She's thinking about moving to Spain because the way America is, even though she likes the current president a lot, she's even met with him, and they're thinking about moving there. So, and then they have lower cost of living.
Oh, yeah. Spain is a hot retirement spot, too. They have a lower cost of living than England or France. And Spain there's certain parts like Valencia or something. It's a hot retirement spot now.
And great climate.
It has good environment and low cost of living. Yeah, my friend said Valencia and stuff. Places like Valencia are a really good retirement spot. But I'm just saying, there's a big train system in Europe, and when you take that train system, you meet people sitting on the train and talking next to the ladies next to you, or sometimes a man next to you. The people will talk to strangers. if you watch that movie that came out a few years ago called Night Train to Lisbon with Jeremy Irons, you'll see that even an older man can meet a nice woman on the train or walking around Europe. It's called Night Train to Lisbon. And also a long time ago there was a movie called Midnight in Paris by Woody Allen, and the guy actually dumps his American fiancée at the end and meets a French girl while he's in Paris. Because people
So
are
you're
just much
saying that
more
you're
engaged.
saying Europe isn't even as bad as America, right?
Yeah,
Overall.
it's better, but it's declining. It's not as good as it used to be, but it's still not as paranoid as America. I'm saying you can talk to strangers a lot easier just sitting on a train or a bus.
Here's the thing, because you talk about mass transit, because when I'm in New York, everybody minds to themselves when I was there. And there's the fear that something could happen, you could get stabbed, or homeless people, weirdos, strange people, even in San Francisco. Now, Chicago was a little bit better. You could talk to strangers, you could have a conversation. But even there, it was still like, I don't know how it is actually, yes, I did take the train in Calgary in Alberta. It was literally the same thing. Everybody was minding their own business. Alberta, as you know, it's a different country.
Well, yeah, Canadians are very reserved too. They're not. They have that very Scandinavian reservedness. Canadians.
Yeah.
Canadians
Their food
aren't
was
that
better.
open.
Their food was better. Their natural environment was pretty good.
Oh yeah, their food is healthier. I think it's more health. They're more health conscious in Canada.
Yeah.
But
The
it's not.
water.
But I mean, it's not that good for meeting women. They're kind of actually some women are nice in Canada. They're just very polite. Just very polite, but not really wanting to
But
get
America has a trust problem, and the thing is that you have the safety issues, you have the homelessness in some cities, and also, this is taboo to say this, but multiculturalism makes people not want to use a train, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, there's a guy named Jared Taylor that talks about that. How multiculturalism actually backfires and makes everything worse. But
I went to his conferences.
Jared Taylor.
I went to his conferences twice.
Yeah, especially because the multiculturalism you have in America is forced, whereas the multiculturalism in Brazil is natural. It doesn't work against the culture in Brazil because it's organic multiculturalism. But the multiculturalism you have in
when they
America
interviewed
is
him on
forced.
MSNBC over 20 years ago, he said he didn't like Brazil. He did not like Brazilian multiculturalism. But again, it all depends on how it's done. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, because in America it's forced multiculturalism. And in Europe too, the multiculturalism there is forced. It's pushed aggressively. It's not natural. If it was natural, even in the Philippines, there's sort of a multiculturalism because everyone's a mixed race in the Philippines, but it doesn't work against them. It doesn't create hostility there.
Yeah, and I interviewed Jared Taylor, and I did interview his speakers other times. Now the thing is, they don't have a problem with me or you being in America. It's just that they don't want us to date white women and marry them and have kids. And I get it. Even in the Jubilee YouTube show where they had the former MSNBC guy, Mehdi Hassan, not only they were impressed that I went to AmRen, but they also had that belief where they want America to be a white majority country, but they also didn't want me to date white women.
So AmRen would welcome us, or?
Huh?
AmRen would welcome us?
Yeah, they said anybody can come. Maybe there's a few that might not like you or me, but you could certainly go.
Because I agree with him on most things. I agree with Jared Taylor on most things. But the thing is, he claims that everyone prefers their own race for friendships and stuff, and that's not true for me because most of my friends are white. Because I'm more white on the inside than Asian, so I don't fit into his model.
Same.
He might not like that. Yeah, I don't get along with my ethnicity as much.
But white women is a different animal, though.
Yeah, but I told you before, the white women in Europe are a lot different than in America. Totally different.
Well, also, I met some white women from Louisiana one time, and they were quite of a contrast too.
Yeah, Southerners are more late
Yeah,
hospitable. They're more friendly and hospitable. It seems. Like
yeah,
I met
even
some from Kentucky and
Midwest.
Tennessee, and they were much friendlier than on the West Coast too.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, and the thing is, I just want to say though that I think the but I do think there are signs that things are shaking up. I do think more young men are realizing this. And I'm not saying the Republicans are necessarily better because remember they're special interests. They're a lot of them are boomers who are politicians. A lot of them could be propagandists because I don't trust Tommy Lauren and a lot. I've seen her once,
oh, Tommy
but
Lauren's pretty hot though. She's very well spoken and hot. She used to go to
yeah,
UNLV,
but
huh?
she's not. I know, but they interviewed her on uh, what
But
was
she looks like a plastic
Laura
Barbie
Ingraham.
though. She looks like a plastic Barbie
Laura
doll.
Ingraham, and then she
Yeah.
says, "Yeah, dating is a mess because men don't want to put effort and they just want to order DoorDash or whatever." And she's not taking account that American women have flaws too. So this is again my point: is that it's not like the other side is a lot better, but when we're shifting, we're seeing a lot of young men shift away from the Democrats for all races, by the way, even black men. This shows that, especially the Democrats, are they're not friends with tradition. We know that they don't want their women to be loyal, get married young. They don't want that. And one of the reasons why they keep pushing them into college is for that very same cause.
Oh yeah, you mean like that extreme left woke stuff? That's totally
Yeah.
against us.
Well,
It's
remember,
against
you can't even
everybody.
criticize modern women.
They're
You
against
can't even
everybody.
criticize them in their point of view.
Yeah, I don't know what they want. I mean, do they want everyone to be gay and transgender or something? I mean, it's
Well, like I
weird.
told you, they want America to be the opposite of what it used to be 80 years ago.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Completely
they
the
just
opposite.
want to destroy everything. It seems like they just want to tear everything down. I heard that's the disease in communism is to
The
destroy
Western
everything
world.
down. So the
The
Republican
Western
Party
world.
is like the lesser of two evils, but it's still corrupt. It's still they're both corrupt. But you got to understand, when I was
Yeah.
growing up, the Democrat Party was nothing like today. It had real values. In the 80s and
Yeah.
90s, the Democrat Party just wanted to help the poor. They wanted to end the Cold War. They wanted America to stop wasting money on
Yeah.
nuclear weapons. So they had good values back then, but it's a totally different Democrat Party today than
And I
what I
think
grew up
that the
with.
number one source of all of this that we're talking about is the Federal Reserve. I think modern women, they could not have been the way they were if it weren't for this monetary system. So you have to really understand that when America culturally shifted in the 60s, we changed our economic policy. We started to get off the gold standard, the petrodollar. We started to in America. We changed our tax policy. A lot of things began to change, but the Federal Reserve was the heart of the problem. And sometimes I think about it, I wish, remember the financial crisis of the late 2000s?
Oh yeah, the one in
Remember
2008.
15 years
Yeah.
ago when the foreclosures and I think something similar is going to happen again. But remember the bailouts, all those things that happened. Sometimes I think that if it weren't for the Federal Reserve being able to prop things up with low interest rates, America would have really sunk down economically. And then I think a lot of the cultural social problems we have, especially with modern women, would have imploded. And then they would have had to reverse the trend. So what it is that when you see this, a lot of things here are artificial, and I think you can agree. Not everything, but a lot of things in America are fake. This fake economy, which is propped up by low interest rates, all the dollars that's being created by debt, by usury, is from the Federal Reserve. All the deficit spending, where women get all this welfare money and everything, and these corporations that promote this agenda that, they're propped up by loans and everything, is the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve is the heart of the problem. So had America's economy would have fallen apart, a lot of these problems would have had to reset. You see?
Yeah. But the Federal
But they
Reserve's
were
been
not
around.
finalizing with their plan.
Mhm.
So when Occupy Wall Street and the Tea Party came along, they realized, okay, we don't want Americans to unite. The Soros money, the mass media said, hey, we're going to bring in identity politics. And we know that a big part of their control system is young women, to get them to believe that the old structure is essentially needs to be dismantled. They're basically tools. Now, is it really working? I don't know, because young white women equally voted for Harris and Trump, but we know that the real division in America is happening within white women. I don't know if you've noticed that.
No, I haven't, but the thing is, once women get spoiled, even if they become poor, they don't all of a sudden have good values again, because that's what someone told me, that once people get spoiled, even if they're poor and have no money, they're still, very, very, they're still very uppity and
or if
conceited.
If they're poor, essentially what happens is,
I mean, their attitude doesn't get better just because they're poor.
If they're poor and they see other women, essentially, what was I going to say, are doing much better, they want to be like that. You know what I mean? It's all a competitive advantage.
Yeah, but I mean, poor people don't always have better values. I mean, some poor people just scam other people too, and they still have no morals. Just because they're poor, it doesn't make them better people. And also, if you look at America in the 1950s, the economy was very prosperous, but women were still wife material or marriage material in the 50s, even though the economy was doing very well and booming.
Well, I'm not talking
so
about
it's about values.
Poor.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the financial system that's propping this system up. You know what I mean? So if we had a reset, then culturally and socially America changes, whether it becomes rich or poor.
Well, maybe.
In fact, if America becomes a richer country and wages go up and men earn enough to support a family, it could help, sure. Because part of the reason why women go to school is because they know most men cannot support a family. You see what I mean? But I'm just saying the source of the problem is the Federal Reserve. It's Wall Street. Remember, it's a battle between most men and very few powerful men, because it's the very few that control the mass media and influence women.
Yeah, but I mean, they're still pushing feminism, and that you don't need a man. That's the problem.
The media,
it's still part of the values. But the thing is, the feminism. I mean, there was feminism in the 70s and 80s, but it didn't teach women to hate men. That's a different type of feminism. So there's waves and levels of feminism too.
Yeah, exactly.
The hateful feminism didn't come until 1993. That's when it became a hate movement against men.
Yeah.
Because the feminism you had in the 80s was not like that. Men and women still liked each other. They weren't as competitive. They just wanted equal rights. Okay, but it didn't become a hate movement.
More acceptable. In the 80s, it was more acceptable to meet women at work.
Yeah, or to flirt too. Flirting was more acceptable, not as creepy.
And what also bothers me is there's a lot of men that defend this bull. Men will confront me sometimes for flirting with women. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Oh, you've been confronted too about it?
A few times I've been confronted.
You mean
by
like random men, like, hey, what are you doing? You should leave her alone, or like a white knight type.
Yeah, it's happened before. Or it could be maybe a relative or somebody that knows her, and I'm like, dude, okay, I didn't know she was taken, but just take it as a compliment. Yeah, they do that. When I was staging in the Caesar's Palace, and you have all these women going into the nightclubs, the staff member told me, don't hit on those women. I'm like, why not? You're half dressed. You're asking for it. And this is what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's their attitude. They think if you hit on them, you're objectifying them or something. You know, but in a lot of other countries, like in Russia or Brazil, if you hit on them, they see it as a compliment. They take it as a compliment.
I understand that, but it's the men that have all the cards. Remember, men are still producing most of the income and have all the wealth in this country. Men are still providing all the essential jobs. If America goes to war, okay, or if America, let's just say, has no law enforcement, the system breaks down. The women cannot survive. So we have the cards to pull this thing off.
Really? But I heard that...
Let's just say if 90% of American men are gay, for an example, their system would collapse. Of course.
But I heard that men's rights groups say that women have most of the wealth now in America. Is that
they have most of the spending. They have most of the spending.
Like office manager jobs usually
Consumer spending is mostly done by women.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they might have inherited. I mean, they might have gotten that wealth from their husbands. They
American women are not really independent, for the most part. That's a lie. They don't hold the majority of six-figure jobs, and six figures in some places doesn't even help in some cities in America. Their median income is like $40,000 a year. That's not comfortable living, except in some few parts of the country. They're overwhelmingly in credit card debt. They're overwhelmingly in student loan debt. They're not good spenders. We know that. Their brains are different. They're less likely to save their money and invest. If they really are independent, they would be saving their money and putting in stocks and crypto. They're not. We know that.
Don't they get all their money from like a divorce settlement? Not from... I heard they don't get their money from earning it. They get it from a divorce settlement, right?
Oh, yeah, they can. Yeah, of course. So that proves they're not independent. You see what I mean? But marriage rates are coming down, so they're less likely to do that.
But they act independent, though. They act independent.
Yeah, increasingly they're not married. They're not able to make ends meet. More of them are living paycheck to paycheck. So it's a lie. It's not working. And what are we going to get as a result of this? America, this is why I don't have too many high hopes for America, because you're going to have a lot of women hit 50, 60, 70, 80 years old with no retirement, no kids, no partner, whatever, and they're going to have to work their tail off. We don't know if there's going to be pension or reliable Social Security. I mean, you're going to see homelessness probably go up. This is going to be a problem. So even if we become presidents or whatever of the country, we might not be able to fix this issue. So this is why there's a side of me that tells me I'm not too optimistic about America.
No, and like I said, even if you fix the issue, somebody could just change it back. So it would be fruitless.
No. They can change it back. It's probably too late to change it back. It's going to take decades to recover.
No, I mean, even if you fixed everything in America, somebody could come and change it back to worse again, the way it was before.
Possible. Yeah.
So changing your environment is kind of futile. It's better to just get a plane ticket and change your location. It's much easier.
Yeah.
To just change your environment. Because if America is a collapsing empire, it's going to collapse and then restart again and reset. And then, because all empires have a life cycle where they collapse eventually.
I agree. And even if America is in a good situation, it's sinking. It's not in the right direction. But I will say, though, that some things are getting better. I mean,
because technically what goes down has to come up again.
Yeah.
It can't keep going down forever. It has to start climbing back up again eventually.
Yeah, I can't see America is going to have a 50% poverty rate. It's going to have a murder rate that's comparable to, I don't know, Honduras or whatever, or whatever.
It'll never be a third world country. It might be a second world country, but not a third world.
Well, I mean, America is...
It's still very rich. I mean...
I mean,
and
America
it has a powerful
is
military, and it's really rich.
well, that's the thing. Like, the thing is, America just looks good because it has a lot of everything. You think America is good because you have a lot of house, you have a lot of cars, you have a lot of land, you have a lot of food. But material goods doesn't mean better thing. And the thing is, America's economy is propped up by welfare, debt, and being the world's reserve currency. So if you get rid of those things, then you really see what reality is in America.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a bubble in a house of cards. But there's people that, have it really good. Like if you go to California, you see a lot of big houses with people that have a lot of, have a very good life.
Now, hardly any middle class, though.
Yeah, you mean it's like upper class and lower class? And I mean, there's a lot of people with nice houses in California everywhere. And in Las Vegas, too. There's big rich areas.
But what's their quality of life? What's their quality of life? Do they know their neighbors? Do they have a sense of community?
No, they don't have a good, probably not so much, but I'm sure they have, they have consumerism, because in America that's all there is, consumerism. They have that, but it depends. I mean, if you're a good-looking woman, you'll get a lot of attention, and I'm sure the neighbors talk to you if you were a good-looking woman. You remember that pop singer Debbie Gibson from the 80s? Debbie Gibson, the pop singer.
I probably heard her songs.
Yeah, I mean, she has a lot of pop songs, but she lives in Las Vegas, and in her interviews, she said all her neighbors are very friendly and warm to her. But, she's a pop star, a former pop star. So, of course, they're all going to be everyone's in her whole neighborhood is going to be very friendly to her. But, I mean, a lot depends on who you are. If you're Debbie Gibson, yeah, all those rich neighbors are going to be friendly to you. But if you're an average guy, no, they're not. I mean, because people don't talk to you unless there's a business purpose. Usually you have to have a business relationship to talk to somebody. You don't just talk to somebody for the heck of it, like we are. Because mentally we have things in common, so we can talk based on that. But if
I feel like modern women aren't giving us much, really. They're not giving us higher levels of intercourse. It's funny, we sexualize everything, and then we're not getting more activity.
But it's not just the attitude. I think fundamentally, people in America just don't like other people. The women just don't like men. They don't like us. It's not just that they have a bad attitude. They just don't care for other people. Nobody likes. It's kind of misanthropic,
We're engineering their products. We're picking up their garbage. We're fixing the electrical lines. We're providing them public safety.
So they need us. They need us, but they don't like us.
We're providing them all the capital they need to start businesses.
Yeah. So they do need men, but for some reason they don't like men. People are kind of misanthropic in America.
They get more from us than other countries. They get a higher standard of living.
Well, of course,
they get all these benefits
because they're spoiled. They're entitled.
Right.
They think they deserve the best of the best. Every woman thinks she's a goddess and deserves the best of the best. So that attitude is terrible. But it's not just that. I notice people in America are just misanthropes. They just don't like other people. You know what I mean? When you go outside and talk to your neighbors, you don't get this sense that they really like you. They don't really like you.
Let me tell you something. But Winston, other problem is that what kinds of people you're going to meet. Like it's also the people have to be quality people too. Like, if let's just say, because we talk about multiracial societies. I mean, if you are dealing with certain types, I'm not going to get into it, that don't dress well, you go to their apartment, it smells like marijuana. They're just not like you. I mean, the fact is, if people are not like you, you can't force them to like you. So it's also the quality of people that have changed. I mean, look at how the quality of people have changed in the last 70 years. They used to talk better. They used to dress better. They used to, you kind of get the idea. I mean, the quality is just not there. Look at,
Oh, yeah, of course.
I
mean, everything's lower quality.
I talked to in the pool in this apartment building.
Yeah.
he's really overweight. I don't like that.
Even the movies and rock stars and athletes are lower quality than before. Even the athletes are lower quality, and the movies and the pop stars, they're lower quality too. I mean, that's another issue too. But the thing is, even if you're a good quality person, people only like you if you radiate some charisma or something, or they can relate to you. They vibe with you. You have to have a certain charisma and magnetism too. It's not just being a good quality person. Mm-hmm. And people have to relate to you too. So it's not. So it's almost like a rocket science. It's not a simple formula. It's like a rocket science thing. It's too complex.
Like I said, cold approach is considered desperation. It's like when you don't cold approach, it makes you feel like you're cool. You don't need anybody. You're better. It's just that indirect language that people are playing, and I just don't like it. I really don't. And to be honest with you, it's like, people can be friendly, they can hang out with you, but the question is, do they really, really give a damn about it? And that's the real thing you got to keep in mind. Because if they don't really give a damn about you, that's where the issue is.
Well, of course not.
No. And
people are way too self-absorbed to care about you.
Most of the people that give a damn about you are just your relatives. That's the thing.
Yeah, maybe relatives or loved ones, but people are just way too self-absorbed. They don't care about other people. No.
The problem is that my family, mostly, they're stuck in this inferiority complex to think that there's no other country that is a better place to live than America, and there's no other state that's better to live than California. And it's just ridiculous. Because, like I said, the climate and all these other things, the geography, it's...
Really? But your family agrees with some of the things you say, right? It's not... some things are obvious. Like the decline of society is obvious.
They agree modern women have issues. They agree that they're irresponsible who they pick. They believe there's a biological clock. They believe in this stuff. But it's just like they're still telling me, oh, you'll find the right person. Just wait and see. Oh, okay. So if I just sit at home and do nothing, I'm going to find the right person. If I have that habit, it's just going to come to me. No, it's not. You have to put effort into it. You have to know that there's a strategy. Of course. Now, what they're probably trying to say is don't push it. Somebody's going to come. And I agree that, when you get good things in life, it happens. You have to be patient. But you have to increase your odds. This is the way it is. Simple.
Yeah, but at some point it becomes more trouble than it's worth, Like for me, I told you before, I've had maybe three girlfriends in America. But the thing is, they only come once every 5 years, so it's not worth the time to try to find a girlfriend once every 5 years. It's not worth it. It's too much wasted years just to get one girlfriend that's not going to last. So it's not the cost and expense and benefit isn't worth it. The cost benefit analysis. Oh shoot!
Well, the thing is, look, I feel like. What's really keeping me in America is that there's the hope that I'm going to be successful. I'm going to run a company. I'm going to make an impact in the world. But see, the thing is that the question is, will it happen? And do you want to live in a culture where the people are literally...
just antisocial, right? Yeah.
Treating you in a way that's not your best cup of tea. Let's just put it this way. And that's where the problem is. And I'm still thinking about whether this is a good idea. Because if it's not, then honestly, I think it's better that I just, I should just have some, other plans ahead.
Yeah, but
because my goal is to become a real estate developer and to build new neighborhoods and build them in a more traditional fashion where you could walk to places and, there's better quality buildings and so forth. But it's just, it's one thing where you have to get the money, the permits, and, they're releasing more federal lands. I don't know if you've heard about that. It's one thing, but if the places that you create has the same culture, the same mentality, are you going to get enjoyment? Are you going to get fulfillment? Are you going to get people that appreciate you, even if you have the fame? And that's where really the problem is. Because remember, it's not really the success that you want, it's the other byproducts that you want later on that makes you fulfilled. And if you don't get that, then it's really not what you hoped it to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about work and money. You have to have meaningful experiences and connections and, a quality of life. It's not just about money. You have to feel alive and comfortable with your own skin. But I mean, are you able to take your work and make it into a portable income where you can do it anywhere you want?
Well, absolutely. I mean, look, I could...
Because that's the ideal situation.
I can create floor plans and sell them online. And remember, if you sell floor plans, you can sell them all over the world. You can even sell them if you're 6 feet under, because people need floor plans even in the future. You can build homes in America, rent them out, and use the rental income and live overseas. You could do that. You could even build stuff in other countries. And in other countries, it's easier to build things. We all know that. The permits and everything, it's a lot easier. I mean, it's now in America where many parts of the country are saying, hey, if you are a business, you don't have to have 7 parking spaces. Like, why should any business have to be forced to provide parking spaces? Then we wonder why we drive a lot. We wonder why we don't walk as much as we should. Why people don't want to live next to businesses. So it's easier to build in other countries. I know that, obviously. So it's possible, But again, it's hard to predict the future, Winston. That's where the problem is.
Mm-hmm. But you said you can have a lot of savings, right, and live off a nest egg, and you're involved in Bitcoin. You said, I mean, is that profitable?
Well, mostly in the stock market, in an ETF.
Because Bitcoin is really volatile.
The stock that's pegged to the NASDAQ. So if the NASDAQ goes to zero, the whole world goes to zero. Because remember, the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones, it's a global economy. The U.S., the main corporation.
Do you mean you do day trading too, or you have?
No, just
stocks?
long term.
Oh,
That's where I buy in year 1 and then I sell in year 6.
Yeah, because Bitcoin's very volatile. It's unpredictable.
No, I do very little Bitcoin. I do the general stock market.
Oh, okay.
I do a little bit in Bitcoin because there might be a chance that the returns are better, but I don't do a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're good at it, I mean, I think you could live off of mutual funds, but like you said, it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you had a good nest egg, I mean, you could live in Vietnam or Thailand forever, for many years.
I could, yeah, but then again, there's a side of me telling me that there's hope here. You can get things done.
I mean, America's been declining since 1993. I mean, I wouldn't put any hope in it. And even if
but it's my dream to be a developer and to build something.
Okay.
Let's get that out of the way, and then if it succeeds, if you build a few dozen.
But you can always I mean, you could always live abroad until things get better in America, which could be years. I mean,
I want to build. I want to develop neighborhoods. Okay. I mean, where would I do that though?
I don't know. That's why I said.
You know somebody who I can talk to who can help me buy land overseas and build homes and sell them? Is there any way that I could do that?
Yeah, I don't know much about that, but usually foreigners aren't allowed to buy land overseas.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Like you couldn't buy land in the Philippines,
Or
you can only buy condos. I mean, you'd have to do some research into that, or watch. Follow that guy, Nomad Capitalist, that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have some advice on that.
What I'll do is I'll just buy land here, build, get something done. At least I have a record of standing up to the system. And then if it goes anywhere, if America keeps declining, I'll just get the income and then live overseas. There's definitely, like I said, you could just cherry pick. You can get the economic benefits here and then the social benefits overseas. It's very simple. And I don't know if it's going to be Southeast Asia. I don't know if it's going to be Latin America.
Oh. Yeah, there's almost 200 countries to choose from or something. There's a lot to choose from. You got to do a lot of research and travel to find out. But, there's some countries that are giving away free houses. Like I heard Italy is giving away free houses now too.
But again, I want to get away from the Western world.
Oh. Well, I mean, Italy's a great place, but all these free houses are in dead towns, though. I mean, they're in dead towns.
Argentina, well, I could live there, but I want to spend time in somewhere like Argentina where it has the benefits of Latin America and Europe into one.
Oh, yeah.
And the country has improved, so,
And it's a more intellectual culture, too, I heard.
Yeah. But are you saying it's a country, if I can cold approach a lot, for a couple of months I'll be able to find somebody? Do you think that will happen? Or
yeah, I don't know about Argentina, but I would think so because the people there are much more genuine. I mean, it's not going to be as good as Philippines, maybe, but it's going to be better than the U.S., I think.
You're going to have kids that look like you, too.
Yeah, and plus, but for sure, Brazil and Colombia are very good for cold approach, meeting women. For sure, everybody says that. It's a paradise for meeting women. But if I think there's different types there. It depends on your taste. But I think there's different types. There's curvy types and thin types and petite types. I think there's a variety, but
I like average. Yeah.
But yeah, I think.
Feel like,
but you still, even if you don't live in the Philippines, you can still go there for a few months and have a very good time.
Yeah. And by the way, I was going to say, the Southeast Asia, they can be too thin and too short, and that's the other thing.
Yeah, too short, yeah.
Yeah.
You're like 5'9" or 10 or
11.
Oh, 5'11"? Okay, that's pretty tall then. I mean, you could do well in Europe. You could do well in Europe then.
That's my other point because
I think you would do well in Europe then. Yeah.
That's the other thing because you're 5'11", your income is above average, you have 15 years in the stock market. You have a nice-looking face. I go to the gym. Now, very few men in America have that, or above.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
So this is why I don't believe that they don't have high standards, specifically. I think the heart of the problem is specific standards. So in America, women will just reject you because you cold approach them. Not because you said anything that was wrong, or your appearance or anything. It's just that the type of man and how you approach them or how you met them is really the problem. It's specific standards. But 5'11" is still pretty good in like I said, Latin America or East Asia, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, well that's the thing. Even if you fit their standards, they can just be fleeting and change their mind for no reason. So it's not about you or whether you fit their standards. They're just I forget the word.
You could have all what they call the 6 foot heights, 6 figures, whatever, and they could still find a way. Well, maybe he was just socially a little strange or whatever. I mean, get out of here. It's just
and some women they're just a different person every day. They just have a split personality disorder too.
And that's why they don't stick to you because then they have a change of mind and then they go for another guy.
Yeah, or they get bored and just say, "Oh, forget it. I just want to do it somewhere else."
That's why if I were to live here and be in America, I would do sort of what they used to do. Yeah. Find an appropriate date or a groom for my daughter. That's what
but a
really
lot of it is also personality too. Like you need a certain charisma and magnetism to fit in. I mean, to attract them too. You can't just be a good, handsome guy with a lot of money. There's a certain magnetism that they like, and if you don't have it, then they just don't feel attracted to you if you don't have that aura. The way you carry yourself.
And the media is just saying. The media is saying, well, women are not getting married or they're having kids later because they're focusing on careers and We all know that's so misleading and not true. But they're using that to cover up all their wrong decisions that they've done in the old days.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, for sure.
like I said,
They keep scapegoating these little things that don't matter. They're not
yeah,
looking
but
at
we
the
know
heart
where
of
the
the
problem
issue.
is. We know this isn't done by accident. This is a manipulated, non-organic approach that they've created. And that leads me to my point. Is there men that you know that live in this country that are having problems with dating, friends or relatives?
Well, of course. I mean, every guy on my forum has problems dating in America. Well, not all of them, but most of them do.
Yeah.
And they're trying to go overseas, and some, yeah, are overseas and some are not. I don't know if you visited my forum, but yeah, I mean, there's that. But I don't know. But most of my relatives, they got married and settled down, and it's not an issue to them. Some people are very square. They graduate college, they find a good job, they find a wife, and then they settle down for the rest of their lives. A lot of Asian Americans are like that. Their life is very square. Somehow they're able to fit in. They're able to find somebody at the right time, and so I think there's a little bit of destiny.
Is that the ticket to the good life, though? That's the thing. How do we know?
Well, you don't know if they're really happy or not. I mean, they'll tell you they're happy, but they have everything they need. They have a nice house and a nice wife and a nice career. Some people
the
have
only ticket to a good life is good grades, a high-ranking university, a corporate job. I mean that mantra.
Well, I mean that's not for us, but for some people, that's all they want. I mean, for some people, they're very square. They follow the traditional path, and now they have a house, a wife, and a career. I mean, most of my cousins, I would say, did that and are settled down. I don't know if they're happier than us because they don't have any freedom. Those people, they don't have any. They have no freedom.
How do you become like essentially different from?
Oh, like a black sheep? Well, I don't know because, I mean, I tried to be like them, but I was never accepted. Like you said, I never fit into any group or even in high school. None of the social cliques wanted me or accepted me. So I never had a real, social.
Yeah, like me,
life
pretty
in
much.
America.
I was a pretty unique bird, essentially.
Yeah, but I mean, I tried to fit in. I didn't want to be like a misfit or an odd guy. But who knows? Maybe I have some Asperger's too, or so I'm a different frequency than everyone. It could be that, or it's just that I'm an old soul and I just don't fit in. So yeah, it takes a lot of rejection and being outcast in society before you can become a truth seeker and find a different way.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I can't be a corporate slave even if I tried to be because it's just too conformist. It's just too robotic. It's very mind numbing to sit in a corporate office every day.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that for too long. It just feels mind numbing.
And something. Speaking of work, I worked in a shopping mall, and it was an office in a shopping mall. And because there were other women working in other parts of the shopping mall, I was able to meet up with them on a regular basis and then meet up with them after work and get to know them. I was easily able to get at least 3 dates in a short period of time. And so what I'm saying is the problem with America is the way couples meet is not working. The way everything is structured is difficult. And not only that, in the outside world, you don't see a lot of good-looking, decent-looking women. Like, am I going to want to approach a 45-year-old woman who is overweight and is not even all that pretty and who's probably divorced with kids?
No.
You want me to do that? But you're more likely to see that in the outside world than others. We know that.
No. But there's some countries that have a lot of good-looking women. I mean, like even China does, or Japan, or Taiwan, or Korea. There's good-looking women everywhere there, but they're just very, very picky and fussy. They're not
but
easy.
I feel like men in America have flaws too, like the way they talk, the way they dress. Like I don't know about you, but I've noticed men in America don't present themselves the way they used to 60, 70 years ago. Like, they used
Oh
to be a
no,
lot more
no! In the
formal.
1960s, you would dress up when you go out every day, just
Yeah,
like they do that in Russia and Europe. Still, people dress up really nice
but the
even when
thing
they're
is,
going
though,
every
American
day.
women still prefer that than what they do now. You know that, right?
You mean they prefer a guy that dresses up
Yeah,
every
they
day?
do.
Okay, I don't know that. I didn't test that. I mean, well, maybe I did because when I was working in Seattle, I had a blazer and like a nice suit, and people did treat me a little better.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
they do. They
but
do.
yeah, I mean that was
But see,
for,
it's like, you see, I think we can all agree that if we want women to change, men are going to have to change too. But see, they had to change men to also get the outcome that they want. Because remember, the men who are like essentially losers who go to prison and bring chaos and drama and all that stuff, those men have been popularized in the last few decades. But see, they had to do that to get women to like them and then to get the outcome that they want. You see what I mean? That wasn't
yeah,
very popularized 70 years ago. Am I right?
yeah. But it's hard to know what American women want because what they say they want and what they go for are different.
Yeah, exactly.
Their words and their actions don't match.
They don't really play a lot of games overseas.
No, overseas it's more straightforward. But of course, it's getting worse too overseas. But it's still more straightforward and simple. Um,
Do you think it
but
could
yeah,
get better?
I think, huh?
Do you think it could get better? Like maybe like it's going through a little down
No, I don't.
trend and it could
Not
get
really,
better?
because I don't see how things can get better because they're trying to make everything into an AI digital world. You know, like with transhumanism, they want you to live
Oh,
in
yeah.
some digital world where you get some sex robot or AI sex or something or AI girlfriend. I mean, they're trying to move
But that
everything.
may be a good thing, though. But because then, remember, we really want intimacy and companionship, but they're more likely to want kids, money, protection. They can't get that with an AI man. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it seems like the powers that be are moving toward transhumanism. They want everything to be digital and artificial. So I don't see how things can get better unless you go to a place that's not westernized, like Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. You know, these really remote regions that
You
are
told
not
me that, yeah.
westernized, or Siberia.
Yeah.
If you went to Siberia, there'd be no westernization there. Um, or what about in the Middle East? I mean, that's not westernized either, right? But it's just very conservative there.
Well,
It's
my
very
mom told me that the dating scene in Iran has a lot of problems. And that brings me to my other point, that the problem, the misconception that we are getting is that we think that we want to oppress women to essentially get the outcome that we want. And that's just not true. Even in the most oppressive countries for women, Iran and Saudi Arabia, they don't have the highest birth rates. So their marriage rates,
Oh,
their
really? I thought they have traditional values there and stuff.
they do, but the stats are not showing. My mom tells me it's
Oh,
not what's happening over
maybe
there.
it's
And
like a
in fact,
collective, downgrade of the energy.
and,
Like
and I
the whole
think
energy is just going down. Like the
again, I
whole.
don't know. I haven't been there, but I'm most likely thinking that the Philippines is better than England.
Yeah, the Philippines is a happier place at least. Whether
And I
you
have to
find a good
say,
girl or not, it's still a happy place. The environment is still happy
when
there.
when Iranians come to the West, they get really worse. Their
Oh,
attitudes,
so they
they
corrupt
get
very
pretty
easily.
bitchy. Yeah,
Yeah,
and I
Asians
think
are
it's
like that too. Asian
probably
people
the
corrupt
Kardashian
easily
effect. I
because
don't know,
they're so
but
materialistic. They corrupt easily.
mhm.
Asian women are like that too.
Well, and what's happened is a lot of Iranian men in America have been dating outside their race. This is why you see more of them with Asian or Latino women. Now you're seeing a lot of mixed race, Middle Eastern, and like I said, Latina or Asian women. In fact, even the wealthy Arab men in Dubai, they're with Filipino women. Did you know that?
No, no, I do know a
They
lot of
go to
Filipino women go
Southeast
there to
Asia.
work. A lot of Filipino women go there to work. I know that.
No, but of course they have relationships. You do know that with the Arab men.
No, they just tell me that they're working all day. I don't know what they're doing there.
No, I heard they have relationships with the Arab men. They do.
Okay.
Because if they have money and they're taller, why not? I mean, if they would go with me, why wouldn't they go with them? I mean, we're not ethnically, we're not that much different.
Well, because I don't know what they're doing there. Aren't they working as caretakers or something, or clean?
No, they are. They are. I actually, the first group I met in Manila, they had one of their friends in Oman. So,
Yeah, I mean, I knew a girl that went to Saudi Arabia, but she told me that she couldn't leave the house and she was confined and she didn't have much freedom or something in Saudi Arabia or something, and she couldn't go out and take pictures or do whatever she wanted. There were strict rules. Yeah. But hey, why don't you?
But the bottom line is that Iranian men are going outside more often.
Okay.
Just like white men.
Because Iran looks like a very down to earth place. I mean, in the videos.
It does. I haven't been there, but my mom is telling me that the dating scene is not that good. I don't know. I have to stop.
But don't they have like arranged marriages there? Like they can arrange.
That's what I was gonna say. They do, and my grandfather has talked about it. But again, I don't know.
But how would you get that arranged? You would have to have people help you.
A lot of people have told me I should do that. Yeah,
help you arrange the marriage, right? Because that can work really well. I heard they last longer. The arranged ones last longer for some reason. But another option you can consider is Poland. In Eastern Europe, Poland, because in Poland women are tall, like what you want. But they have better values there. They still have good Catholic values in Poland.
Yeah. But again,
and they're feminine there too. They're feminine.
Northern European women don't turn me on as much. That's the thing.
No, this is Eastern Europe.
Yeah, it's still Northern European.
Yeah, or maybe Central. But a lot of people say Polish women are good. They have a good attitude.
I want to go somewhere where people are my skin tone.
Oh, skin tone? Well, there's always like Romania or Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan or Kyrgyzstan, and
could be.
There's no competition there because no Western men are going there. Now. If you went there, you'd be the only Western guy because no Western men don't go to Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan or Uzbekistan or.
Is it easy to go there?
Yeah, I think so. People that have gone there said the culture is amazing. There's no competition.
So what about the language issue? Is that going to be a concern?
Well, a little bit, but the women that have gone to college can speak very good English. Even in Russia, they speak good English. The ones that are college educated.
That's cool. Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, people say the culture there is amazing and stuff, but yeah, I mean, what about like Mediterranean, like Greece or Spain or Italy or Malta or something, or I mean, the Mediterranean people look like you too, right?
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you want pretty women that look good, I mean, Thailand is really good for that. I mean, they have So
you would say so. Let me get this straight here, and I am thinking about going there. We'll get to that. But you're
Vietnam,
saying that right now, U.S., Canada, Australia, the UK have the worst women to date right now.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's getting worse everywhere, but there's still pockets where you can, where you can benefit and meet some nice women.
Where do you think is the worst region in America to date?
Well, in my experience, the worst place would be like California or Seattle, Washington would be bad too.
Yeah.
Because flirting there is vilified. Yeah, I mean, but I haven't been everywhere in the U.S. I mean, I just know the Southwest, the Northwest, and the West Coast. But yeah, I mean, West Coast is really bad. I heard the men outnumber the women, whereas on the East Coast there's more women than men. So, yeah, in my experience, that would be bad. But you know, they're getting more, like you said, more and more spoiled everywhere. I mean, where I'm from, in Taiwan, they're also super spoiled, just like American women.
Are you saying Taiwanese women are not much better?
Not in terms of, they're better in terms of looks, but their attitude is just like American women. They're divas. They're not very.
No way.
They're not very friendly with men. Oh yeah, I mean, nobody comes to Taiwan for dating, for example. They go to the Philippines.
Not Japan either.
Yeah, Japan's similar to Taiwan. The culture's similar, but the thing is, if you fit into their culture really good, you can do well there with women. But
right.
But that's if you fit into their culture. I don't fit into that type of culture. It's way too repressed, reserved for me.
What's your situation right now? Are you married? Do you have kids or what?
Well, I have a son, but he moved to Las Vegas to go to school, but his mom.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
we should meet up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could meet him next time I go down there. But his mom and I are still very close friends, and she's in the Philippines still.
And you guys are married, or?
No, we were just boyfriend and girlfriend. But it's kind of an on again, off again thing. Like, we have a lot of affection for each other, but not like romantic chemistry. But she's still a really close friend, and so I talk to her every day. And there's a lot of girls in the Philippines that I just talk to, or hang out with, or just flirt with or whatever. But that comes and goes.
Still look at my Facebook stories when I post.
Your Facebook.
And the thing is, a lot of them I never told I was from the United States. Ironically, so.
Oh well, they don't care as long as you're nice and you treat them good, and you're willing to spend money on them. They don't care where you're from. I mean,
I know.
They're very practical. That's the thing. The problem with Asian women is you can't really have a deep intellectual conversation with them. They're very practical and simple. If you want a deep conversation, European women are much better at having a deeper conversation. But Asians are kind of simple. They're just very practical about how they are. I mean, that's just how Asian people are. They're just very practical and simple.
You know something? It's no accident why. I like how you say the West Coast, because it's really a symbol of the extreme end of what's wrong with America in terms of their culture, in terms of their values. They're one of the least religious people in the country. Low marriage rates, low birth rates. It's just.
You mean the West Coast or where?
Yeah, West Coast. You can't even tell who's a man or a woman in Portland or in Seattle. I mean, you could here, but you can't really do it over there. It's just like a zombie land. I mean, look what happened in Portland in 2020.
Yeah, California is very different than the one I grew up in. When I grew up in the 80s there, I mean, most people were white. It was still a middle-class white place.
Yeah. Like I said, the most changed than any other place in America. Yeah, no.
I mean, California looks like a different country, and it's almost Orwellian. I mean, they have so many cameras everywhere now, and it looks very like Orwell's 1984. And
they're not even enforcing the laws that are supposed to be enforced.
And they have the worst. They have the worst governor in the world too. I mean, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't fix anything or do anything.
Yeah, and not too long ago, if you stole $949, they wouldn't do anything to you.
Oh, really? Well, I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, and it was always low crime. I don't know if that's still true, but it was a super safe place. The San Francisco Bay Area?
Well, what happened was that violent crime went down for reasons you know why, gentrification. But property crime did not. You see?
What was that?
Violent crime went down.
Okay.
Because of gentrification, you know.
But theft went up, right? Theft.
But property crimes went up. Yeah.
Oh, property crimes, you mean like theft, right?
Yeah.
Like people break in and steal stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like people will steal stuff, but they're not going to start a fight with you, attack you or anything like that. But
same with Portland and Seattle. Yes.
oh, because of all the poverty and stuff. And
Homelessness, lack of enforcement. Yeah. And then mass retail closures, and it's just like, like I said, what George Carlin said is that when you're born, you're given a ticket to a freak show, and in America, you're in the front row seat. And probably the VIP section is California.
Yeah. Well, what about those people that say that the solution is to stay in America and build some type of eco-village community or something, or off-grid, or like?
I think they can happen. I think they could do that, but like I said, the question is it going to really pop the bubble? I don't know. But I feel like...
But that's not going to fix the dating situation, though. I mean, living off-grid is not going to fix the dating.
I feel like the bubble would have to be popped. Look, the way the dating situation is going to change is if we have a lot of parents who watch the content that we're presenting and then they raise their children differently. That's what's going to happen. So Generation Alpha is going to be different, and they're going to do things differently. That's when you're going to see things change.
Yeah, because the stuff we're talking about, the truther community doesn't talk about it. They only talk about living off-grid or something, or living in an eco-village or something, or making their own community or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of problematic because, I mean, you can't control who's going to come in an eco-village. I mean...
Well, because their marketing strategies were pro-America, no matter what. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
See,
I mean they don't want you to leave the country. They always want you to stay and fix things.
Alex Jones said that when he was growing up in America, the 70s and 80s, neighbors used to get together. Okay, I even have that little part on a YouTube video. And the thing is that he blamed it on televisions because a documentary was produced in 2009. But then, like we talked about, it's different in other countries. So the point I'm trying to make is, but Alex Jones is not going to admit that, okay, try other countries, see what it's like, and figure out what's going on. He's not going to want to do that.
Yeah, he doesn't. But one time I heard him say that he was considering moving to South America, and then in the very next second he said, "Oh, but it's probably too dangerous there, so never mind." He did say that once, just once. He said that. Well, maybe I should move to South America. Oh, wait, but there's probably too much crime there. I'll probably get mugged. Never mind, like that. So he quickly poo-pooed the idea when he talked about it. It's like there's some resistance toward this idea of moving abroad for a better life. Americans don't like to hear that. Even the truthers don't like to hear that for some reason. It's kind of a taboo. They want you to fix everything. They want you to stay and fix everything.
I think what it really is that people are too glued to like statistics like GDP per capita. They think, like I said, America has so much money and wealth. They automatically assume that there's a correlation between that and the quality of life. And it also, now it can matter. It depends on what you use your money for, but that doesn't mean the people are better, healthier, happier, or anything like that. It just means that we have more material goods, but it also doesn't really matter when there's a very high gap between the rich and the poor. So you have to remember, America has been getting wealthier, but the problem is that most income groups were not experiencing similar percentage gains. So let's say if a company is going to give raises, rather than the bottom worker and the top worker gets a 5% raise, the top worker gets a 20% raise, the bottom worker gets a 3% raise, and the inflation rate is 5%. You see what I mean? But the GDP numbers look good, and people think, oh, it's so much better. But it's not happening. See what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm starting to think that, when we're seeing all these immigrants leave the United States, they're realizing they can't get those dollars that they could, and now they're moving out because they realize there's really not much in America that offers. Is it offering you more safety than other countries? Not really. I mean, maybe in North Dakota or whatever, but it's not like America's among the safest countries in the world. So that's really the thing. And I think if the monetary benefit goes away, then what is left in America? Any real good culture? Not really. What is left? Just a lot of resources. That's it. And if it loses its, strength and military, a lot of countries are just going to come in and eat it all up. You think they're just going to stay there? No. And if all these countries come and eat it up, well, then everything's going to have to change. The women are going to have to change.
Yeah. If you talk to immigrants in America, a lot of them do agree with what the stuff we say.
Yeah.
A lot of them do. I mean, yeah. I mean, even the ones that want to stay in America and keep making money, they'll still agree with most of what we said. I mean, that the social culture is declining. I mean, just not good. It's kind of antisocial. And the women aren't as friendly as in other countries. They'll agree with it.
Yeah,
any immigrant will tell you that.
And
even Chinese immigrants would agree with that too. I mean, did you know Chinese immigrants? They all tell you America is really fake. I've been to the Happier Abroad. I've read the testimonials and I've seen the comments. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I'm talking about the immigrants that I talk to outside, like in restaurants and stuff. They'll tell me that they agree with me a lot of this stuff too.
Here's what I wrote about America. That's the top three and the bottom three. Top three is one is buying power. Two is vast resources. So we have a lot of oil, energy, food, everything. We're self-sufficient. Number three is the Constitution, because I forgot to tell you this, but during the COVID lockdowns, America was not as intense as other countries. They weren't pushing the vaccine. They weren't pushing the lockdowns because our Constitution gave states the ability to fight back and the courts. So that's one thing, you could say something that's taboo, but you're rarely ever going to see a police officer arrest you for saying something that's unpopular. Okay? Especially here in Las Vegas. I think I went on Laguna Beach and I had a megaphone and they said, yeah, you can't use the megaphone, and you said some things that were wrong, some police officers, but I've never had that problem in Las Vegas.
No, but you could get kicked off of Facebook or lose your job for saying taboo things.
Right, but the government arresting you.
Oh, no, of course not, no.
Yeah, so that is one of the benefits of living in America. But then there's the three downsides. Number one is America is one giant corporate, financial, abusive society. Too few companies run everything. You have two companies that run more than half of the hotels on the Strip, and then we wonder why things are not as good as they used to be. Think about it. Few companies, you look at what's happened to our food. And by the way, even though I do eat organic, you can see here, right here, I don't even think the organic, still you can buy it, and it's like 30% more, not bad. You can find some good deals. But I don't think the organic is as good as what you get in other countries. Do you agree with that?
Well, no, of course not. In Europe, everything is organic. All the food is natural. There's no GMOs or processed. Even that organic stuff you have, it still has processed ingredients.
Okay, so what I'm saying is it's still better than non-organic, but it's not as good as European.
Oh, yeah, no, of course not.
Okay, exactly, yeah.
That's why people are a lot healthier there. They don't have the chronic disease problem you have in America.
Yeah.
Even RFK Jr. has talked about that.
I've never had any health issues here, by the way, living in America. I've barely been to a doctor's office in 25 years. But so yeah, America's one giant corporate financial state in debt, in credit cards. Its economy is based on debt, pretty much. It's like we outsourced our jobs. We're not making stuff like we used to. Number two is the urban planning. I told you, cities are dull, uninteresting, they're car dependent. And number three is the cultural decay. You know, like our cultural values, men, women, our roots, our values, a lot of things have been in the gutter. And so those are the three main problems. I did not put healthcare, I did not put education, I did not put safety, because yeah, they're flawed, but they're not the worst in the entire world. It's those three things that I think America does really bad. The city planning and the cultural,
Yeah, but the cost of living is also the major issue. The cost of living is really expensive for a lot of things there.
Well, yeah, certain things are among the most
even going to a restaurant is expensive there now.
Well, actually, we were at Resorts World. We bought 2 sandwiches, and we got a cheesecake, which was really good, in a Jewish deli. And we paid like $35 with tip.
Yeah, but compared to Southeast, compared to Asia, that's really expensive, though. In Asia, it's much less than that.
I understand that, but then again, if you look at the percentage of food costs, rental costs compared to income, America still does very well. I mean, our home prices are still better than Canada, the UK, Europe. I mean, relative.
But everyone says the rent prices are outrageous. They want $1,000 at least to rent any little thing, any little apartment.
Oh, across the street we still have under $1,000, but they're not the areas that you want to live in, though. I mean, they're not.
Yeah, not a ghetto area, just a normal area.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you could go to Oklahoma City and find something under $1,000.
Yeah, but the thing is, back in the 80s and 90s, a restaurant meal in America was like $7.
Yeah, it's gone worse. I agree. Oh, and you do have that in America. I mean, I could get steak and eggs in America for $8, $9, but they're usually overnight specials. So it's like you have to play all those gimmicks and coupons and everything. You have to really shop wisely.
Well, not inside the casino, but it depends. Well, maybe at Denny's and stuff you can do that, but not in a regular restaurant.
Yeah. There's a Denny's in my
I like eating at Denny's. They have a lot of good deals there. They have a special menu where everything's less than $10 too. I mean, it's a nice place and it's always 24 hours, so it's very convenient to eat there.
Yeah. But then again, grocery costs are not that bad. I mean,
no. I don't know why Donald Trump keeps
for $3.
Why the media keeps talking about grocery costs, because you can go to Trader Joe's or Walmart and get a lot of low-priced groceries. I don't know why the media keeps bitching about that.
So groceries. America has its advantages, and I know it's gotten worse. Although
I know, but Trump keeps talking about grocery costs. He should be talking about the rental and the property costs, the real expensive stuff.
That's a very good point. Yeah, but then his excuse is just, well, you know, the federal government, like here in Vegas,
he keeps talking about eggs and groceries. That's a useless thing.
Oh, it's a campaign talking point.
It's stupid.
It's a campaign
you can go to Trader Joe's and find a lot of good deals. And actually, there's a Mexican place. There's a Mexican chain in Las Vegas called La Bonitas, and they have even lower prices than Trader Joe's.
Oh, I've been
La
there,
Bonitas,
yes.
Yeah. They have even lower prices than Walmart.
Yeah.
So you can get low-priced groceries easily if you just shop around and know where you're going. So I don't know why Donald Trump keeps talking about groceries. That's not the issue.
It's just a campaign point.
I know, but he's stupid, though. I mean, it's useless. They always talk about useless things in the media. That's what I hate about the U.S. legacy media. They talk about the most useless stuff. It's the housing costs that's expensive.
What I do hope is that if the economic
Hello? Oh, shit. Yeah, what did you say? The economic what? I lost the connection.
Well, the economic and geopolitical stuff gets resolved. I'm hoping the dating problems will get resolved.
Oh,
Will come in the spotlight because we can say that um, because the news will have less to talk about, and then they'll be talking about more about these issues. But what I want to see, what I really always wanted to see was that there's two things I really would want to see happen in America. I want men to organize locally and fight back and get together. And the other thing I've always wanted was not really an American woman, but I've always wanted to know what is it that they think of me. I just wish that somebody can introduce me to 5 women, I date them, and figure out, hey, what is it that they think of me? What is it that they like about me? What is it that they dislike about me? You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, they'll never give you an honest answer. I mean, even if you ask a female friend, they don't usually. They just usually give you a bunch of cliches. They don't give you anything useful.
Well, but the reasons is not even good reasons. It's like, okay, if I pick my nose in a date, that's a different story as let's just saying that like I said, I'm rejected because my hair type is not what she wanted, even though I brushed it and I put gel on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's precisely why they reject you. And it's like I said, so in other words, I'm not missing anything. There's nothing seriously wrong about me. So I shouldn't even worry about it.
Yeah, but they
And
can reject
honestly,
you for any reason or make up a reason too.
and here's the other thing. I don't know about you, but me specifically, I would not want to even consider watching these dating YouTube shows like Whatever and Fresh and Fit and all these other. Listen, if they really cared about men like us, they would interview men like us. They would actually get our perspectives. They would try to match couples, and they would try to set good examples. No, what they're doing is they're selecting those very few women that have high followers on social media or whatever, OnlyFans, and they're essentially using that to get viewership.
Hmm.
And they don't want to solve the problem. They just want to get views. But that stuff, listen, I don't want to worry about it, and that stuff can get you angry. And I think it's not
No,
healthy.
it's toxic. It doesn't. It's just a lot of. It just makes everything more complicated.
Actually, one of the live videos with Rolo Tomasi,
No.
he's been with Fresh and Fit, Myron Gaines. They have a studio on a top level apartment building just a few steps from here, where they have the view of the strip. And the thing is, when they were done their live stream, I found out where it was, and I spoke to them. And I was like, well, why don't you interview men like me? Why don't you try to get our perspective, start doing some, matchmaking or whatever, and they don't want to do it. So a lot of these YouTube channels, they don't even want to solve the problem. They just want to, expose and get viewership.
Hmm.
All I hear is, okay, modern women suck. They're not traditional. Family courts are bad. Okay. Well, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. So, I think you have a point. That's why you should just go overseas because...
Yeah, nobody wants to change. Everyone wants to blame someone else,
Yeah.
Nobody wants to change. They want to blame someone else. But another big problem in America that we haven't talked about is that nobody really likes you for you, You see what I mean? If someone liked you for you, none of these things would be an issue about your hair or your dress or whatever. If somebody liked you for you, none of these things would be an issue. But nobody likes you for you. So in America, everyone's insecure. Nobody's really confident.
And the reality is that 90-something% of the conversations I have with people, even the people who I disagree with, it goes pretty well or decent. But the sad reality is that a small fraction of them end up anywhere, and the people, they're willing to spend time with me and give a damn about me. And this is what it is. It's like most go really well, but only a tiny minority actually end up somewhere. You know what I mean? Where
You
people
mean on
actually
dates
have
or?
they care about you. No, just people in general.
Oh, in general, yeah, that's what I mean. Very few people like you for you. You see what I mean?
No, but in front of you, when they're talking to you, it goes very well. But when it comes to like, even when you talk about the controversial subjects, but deep down, it's different from what it is on the outside.
Yeah, but most people won't talk about controversial subjects. They only want to talk about the most superficial things.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
And
I mean, with most people,
I tell them, excuse me, but this is going to sound a little too much. May I go on? I usually have to like, give them a little preview so that if they're ready for it, they're willing to listen, That way, it's not all my fault if they like it. You see what I mean?
But most people won't even talk about controversial things. I mean, they only want to talk about the most polite things.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? Even on social media, you can't have a heavy conversation with most people.
I feel like the problem with most, especially like young men, all they ever want to talk about is mostly professional sports and video games.
Yeah, video games. Yeah. It's a huge distraction.
I feel like Americans are a little bit too obsessed with those two things. And those two things don't improve our lives. They don't impact our daily
Yeah, it's
world.
just a stupid escape. It's an escape. It doesn't do anything.
But do you think that men are resorting to these things and staying at home because if I try to make it, it's not going to get me anywhere because they think it's hopeless? Maybe the homeless are doing that because of that. They're like, hey,
some are, but some play video games just because they're popular. They're trendy.
Yeah,
there's that too. Like my son plays video games because they're popular and trendy, but he has a lot of friends. I mean, he fits into America better than I do for some reason.
Yeah.
But he still plays video games just because they're trendy and popular. Like that one called Genshin or something, and all these other ones. I forget their name, but Genshin Impact or something like that.
I stopped with video games when I was like 15, 16 years old. Or 20 years old or whatever. And most of them were those sim games that I played. Or I played Mario games, and that was pretty much about it.
Yeah, those were fun and simple. I mean, they weren't as addicting as today's video games.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I could just play for an hour and then leave it and not be addicted to it.
Well, I think that was one factor that led people in the house instead of playing outside, because when we had those video games from the 90s, they weren't like, people didn't play them for like more than 2 hours.
My video games were like Atari 2600 in the 80s. Do you even know what that is? Atari 2600?
No, I wasn't even alive.
Or Commodore 64?
Yeah.
Actually, the first computer was Apple IIe. And the whole thing was green on the screen. And that was pretty fun too, but it was never addicting. I mean, you could play for an hour and forget about it. Those classic arcade games? Like Pac-Man, Pac-Man at least. Pac-Man.
But I was also going to say, like, when I went to a few church groups, like young adults, not only I was rarely able to get a date, but the thing was that most people just were not clicking in with me. And when I went to like the Christmas gathering last year or so, only a few people ever approached me. And I felt as if it was just it was a sign I shouldn't just go in. And they were just kind of indirectly telling me that this is not for you. And so I don't know what to say. It's just...
oh, you mean like a Christian church? Or?
Yeah, like a
But it depends on which church you go to, right? I mean, every church is different. I mean, they're all superficially nice, but, the people you meet there are just acquaintances, right?
And even my urban planning organization, even though there's been a few people I've met for the meetups, some of them never came back, and none of them ever say, hey, let's just hang out, let's just, go out, have a good time, or do anything. It's just they don't want to do that. I don't know why would they think that way, but it's just,
Are people at the meetup.com groups more friendly and engaging? Or?
I haven't looked into that yet. No.
Oh, okay. Because, I mean, that's another way people meet people is to go to meetup.com and stuff. And, I mean, I went to a few in Seattle. They were nice.
But like I said,
they were nice.
Like I said, the problem, that's really the symptom of the problem, because if our neighbors were getting together, if we had more block parties and all that, people wouldn't be having to resort to those avenues. You know, the reality is that because our society is very unsocial in the way it is,
mm-hmm.
you know, in some aspects, that's why people resort to those avenues.
Yeah, that's
true.
I mean? Have you looked into that nextdoor.com one where you can meet people in your neighborhood or talk to people in your neighborhood? Sometimes they have meetups too. Yeah, no, it's a website you should look at. It's called nextdoor.com. And you know, they have a website for every community, and so you can talk to the people that live in your neighborhood, but there's only a certain percentage of people that will go to a meetup gathering. You know, like they'll go to a wine festival or something like that and meet up. There's only a small percentage that actually come out and meet people, but they have like a forum and chat group, community chats, and message boards that you can post on. You could look at that sometime. It's a good idea. You know, it helps people to talk to their neighbors. It's called nextdoor.com.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's free too. It's free. You can.
I mean, right now I got to focus on my goals. That's more important than just people in general. Like I said, the goals are the ones that are more relevant, and that's the one that's going to help you, you know, get what you want in life. So that's what I think it all comes down to. But, you know, like I said, we'll see how it goes. But, you know, it kind of is sad, you know, that we're kind of in a generation where it's just not easy to meet up with people, and people just don't feel like, hey, let's be buddies, let's go hang out, let's do something. And, you know, like I said, it's oftentimes I'm, you know, hooking up with people that are much older than me, and it's okay, but in a way it doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? And so
yeah. And there's a lot of crazy people too, you know, that are, you know, just psychotic and weird too. You know, there's crazy people there too. I mean,
well, yeah, I think it's a lot of the
it's not just flaky people. There's crazy people too. I mean,
yeah, the pharma drugs. I think the lifestyle, the environment, all of that, yeah, definitely plays a role.
No, I mean, some people just seem like they're drinking too much, or they have screws loose or something. They have some screws loose. You'll see that in Las Vegas. A lot of weird looking people that they're either alcoholics or they have some marbles.
You go to the gas stations, yeah. I don't like that. Yeah, I know.
It has a weird vibe. Yeah, it's dark. I mean, sometimes you'll see them in the park too, just wandering around.
And I feel like, and I think this emphasis on private clubs and private neighborhoods and clubhouses, and especially on the new neighborhoods, is a symptom of that problem. Because when you see a lot of that, that shows that there's a low trust.
Yeah, shady looking. Like some people just, you know, just don't have a vibe that you feel safe around too, you know. You know what I mean? Like they have like a sketchy vibe, you know, where you just don't feel safe around them. Like if you went to you know Fremont Street, when you go to Fremont Street, the downtown area, if you go north of that, I mean, all of that is really, really sketchy and ghetto.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. The neighborhoods near Fremont Street. You know, north of the Stratosphere. If you go to the Stratosphere and north of that, that's all really sketchy areas. It has a very dark vibe, too. Yeah, I mean, America has those areas, so I can see why you have to be paranoid sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
That's very sad, though.
Yeah, they'll usually ask you for something.
Because
I know what you mean.
You go to what, China or Japan, you'll never see a sketchy place where you feel unsafe like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But a lot of
Anyways,
it is a lot of people want to blame the government, but no, it's really the people.
yeah, that's what I hate.
That,
Everyone in the alternative media, all they talk about is government and New World Order. They don't talk about
yeah.
how bad the social culture sucks. It's not all government. I mean, of course, the government has its problems, but
Well, the culture.
everyone focuses on that.
Government too.
The
The
alternative
culture
media.
influences government. You know,
Yeah, what was that?
the culture influences government.
Well, yeah, it's connected, but I mean, the government's just an administrative duty. I mean, the thing is, the deep state that pulls the strings, they're in the shadows. You don't see who's pulling the strings.
Yeah.
The people
Well,
like the politicians, they're just puppets. They're
the
just
thing
puppets.
is, though, I mean, there is a difference between a blue and a red state. Like, I understand that like people come here from California because it's a tax haven, so I do think there is a difference. But in terms of and see, and the other thing is like one thing that also bothers me is when you hear from like Forbes magazine, they have this list called the best places to live in America, but they never really tell you about okay, what are the people like? What is the social scene like? Are you going to have a good time? Good quality of what's the culture like? They never tell you that. They just tell you what has low crime, a lot of jobs, affordability, and all this stuff. But we all know that alone is not enough.
Yeah. Well, I do like small town America. I mean, people can be warm and friendly there sometimes.
I've seen it, yeah.
But I mean, there's not a lot of women to date there. But people can be warm and friendly in a small town and very down to earth.
But they have less choices and they're less likely to be picky.
Yeah.
And that's why they're more likely to marry young, and that's why they have more kids.
I mean, you have to really like the quiet life to be there. I mean, because otherwise, it'll get boring fast. But what I've noticed is that the states that are not popular tend to be friendlier, like Idaho or Montana. Those aren't popular states to go to, but they're the less popular states are friendlier than the popular states like California.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure if you went to North Dakota or South Dakota or Montana or something, people would probably be more down to earth and relaxed and friendlier.
Well, look. I mean, Rhode Island has low population numbers. Connecticut has low population numbers. Maryland is not a very populated state. So I think it all depends on the environment too, whether the cities are dense.
Yeah.
Because I mean, New Jersey's a small state, but it's the densest state in America,
Mm-hmm.
and we know that the people are not. I don't think New Jersey. I think they're probably the least friendly people in America. So it all depends on environment, but. Then again, I told you before, Chicago and New York, the way that people treat you is not the same.
Oh, really? I thought they would have been similar.
Not really.
But I've also noticed that places with a lot of beautiful scenery, like Utah, they tend to be friendlier there too. I don't know if that's because of more Mormonism, but people that like to go hiking and camping tend to be more friendly.
Yeah.
Like people that love nature.
We have a good number of Mormons here too, but the problem is when they're in political office, they're pretty corrupt.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. I mean, they're nice, but they act like they're in a cult. They're too cultish.
Yeah.
But they can be very nice people to talk to. I mean, they're nicer than the average American, for sure. But that's the thing. That's what I don't like. Is that to find nice people in America, you have to join a religious cult. That's what I don't like. I mean, they're not nice just for the sake of it. You know what I mean? It's not. They have a motive. They have a purpose in being nice. They're not nice just for the sake of being nice. They have an agenda. So that's kind of sad that you have to join a religious cult to find really nice people in America.
All right, or be part of an organization or whatever. You're absolutely right. And I feel like being too nice makes people feel like they're being like taken advantage of, and they're being like. Essentially, one of the things that happens is that people feel like they're, I don't know.
Like they have an agenda, right?
Or there's something weird about this person or whatever. I think that's one of the things.
Well, they think you want
like
something.
you're
because
a weak man
in America,
whatever.
usually if you're nice, it's because you want something. There's a motive, There's no real altruism, there's a motive. for being nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in Asia, in Asia, you can be nice. I mean, people are nice just because they're nice. That's just it. You know, in Asian countries, I mean, people can be nice for no motive, just because they're just nice people.
Southeast or northeast or both?
Well, both. But I mean, it's just, it's just nice, like hospitality. I don't mean like the dating scene or anything like that. I just mean like to be nice to someone, just to be a nice, good person. Just to be like general kindness. People can be nice and kind just for the heck of it. But I mean, it really depends. I mean.
Yeah. So anyway, I feel that. Like I said, it's hard to explain. I just feel like at this point, we have to be outspoken, but we got to make strategic moves, and to kind of just, when an island is being swept by a tsunami, it's just, you just have to get out and go to another island or somewhere else. And I can see why people say it's better to relocate and all that kind of stuff, because,
Yeah, location matters. Oh, I was going to tell you, if you join the website Couchsurfing, it's totally non-profit and free, and the people on there are nice just because they're nice people. There's like free spirit types of people there on there.
Couchsurfing? Yeah,
couchsurfing.org. I have a profile on there too, but it's a place where
couch surfing?
Yeah, Couchsurfing. Yeah, you stay with people for free when you travel down there. But the thing is, it's all non-profit, and the people on there are nice just for the sake of being nice. They're free spirit types. So those are genuinely nice, warm people. Couchsurfing.org.
Cool.
Yeah, there used to be a bigger one, but it got taken down. It was called Hospitality Club, the European one.
Do you think I can introduce you to some of my friends? Because we've had similar conversations. Some people that I know.
Yeah, maybe we could do like a group panel chat or something next time.
Absolutely, yeah. And I can.
And you can host it or something, yeah.
Yeah, I could introduce you to my ginger friend. I could introduce you to my, some of my other friends that either live here or in other states. That would be great because, like I said, this is a very important topic, and I think this is affecting our mental health. And for the time being that I'm here, I will fight back. I'm willing to accept risk. I could care less.
Yeah, because nobody talks about the social culture. They just talk about the government and politicians.
Yeah.
And economics. It's like it's taboo to talk about the social culture. The only thing you're allowed to say is that, the people here are friendly and wonderful. That's all you're allowed to say. People here are so friendly.
They think the government influences. They think the government influences the social culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the social culture is a whole different issue. But the thing is, it's a taboo to criticize anybody's social culture.
Yeah, and
have you noticed that? It's
like,
kind of like a taboo. It's like when it comes to common people, you have to say the people are so good and wonderful. It's the government that sucks. They say that with every country.
Your happiness is determined by the government. Yeah.
Yeah, the government doesn't affect my happiness. The U.S. government has never done anything to me.
It's usually one side or the other that's to blame.
Yeah, that's the thing. The U.S. government has never done anything bad to me. I've never been arrested or anything. I never get a speeding ticket. The government doesn't harass me. I'm sure it does bad things.
I got a cell phone violation.
Yeah, I mean, the government doesn't affect my happiness. The social culture does. But nobody talks about that. Have you noticed in the alt media, when they talk about any country like Russia or China, they'll say, the people are all wonderful, good people. It's the government that's bad. They always say that in every truther video or podcast. Every time they always say that. Even Alex Jones and David Icke would say that. The people are wonderful. It's the government that's the problem. That's bad. They always say that. Like the social culture
that's
is
why we don't trust
perfect.
these people, and you think they're part of the problem, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in the media says that too. Even alt media.
Yeah, they think that essentially that we are, it makes you think that either they don't get it or they're just part of the same problem that they're trying to push.
Well,
this
it's a
propaganda
blind spot because it's also political correctness because it's not politically correct to talk about the social culture or the people. You're only allowed to criticize the government.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that? It's not. Yeah, I mean, you're only allowed to say, "Oh, the government is bad and this and that," but you can't talk about culture or people or social connection, social life or something.
Yeah.
It's a taboo. It's not politically correct, so nobody talks about it.
Mm-hmm.
So they turn a blind spot. I've asked some truthers. Did you notice that after 1984, Americans became more and more antisocial? And some of them said yes, they noticed that, but nobody talks about it.
Real.
Yeah, maybe Orwell picked that date for a reason.
Yeah.
But 1984 is when Americans became more and more antisocial and stopped talking to neighbors. That's when the tide shifted. That's when the tide shifted or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the tide turned or something. But some people say, it was the 90s when the tide turned, too. Depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
Some people say it was the 90s, and some people say it was the 70s. I mean, it depends on who you ask. Because some people your age, they'll say that, oh, it was the 1990s when things became bad, not the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
But from my vantage point, I mean, every generation has a different viewpoint, but from my vantage point, it was
I think
84.
I think America was the best in the early 60s.
Oh, that's for sure.
Economically, socially,
If you watch that movie, My Dinner with Andre, during the dinner scene, they said that the last time America had any soul was 1969 or something. But
when they assassinated Kennedy is when things started to go
before
down.
that. Before they assassinated Kennedy, America was much more innocent and trusting of government. And you can see that in the movie.
And then I think the last year that America had, essentially, it was the last decent time to live in America, was actually the year 2000. Because that's when the dot-com bubble burst, and that's when we started to see 9/11, the housing bubble, the financial crisis, the wars, all this.
Yeah, you could still get a good job back then.
Television, yeah.
But I was about to say you should watch that movie American Graffiti by George Lucas. It shows you how innocent and playful America was in 1962. Mm-hmm. It's called American Graffiti.
Yeah. My great-grandmother, she visiting this country at that time from Tehran, and she was like, America was a phenomenal country.
Oh, when?
Early 60s, because
oh yeah,
I think it was one of my mom's uncle and aunts immigrated to this country in the early 60s.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Jeez, that's so far back. Yeah, I mean, people dressed up back then too. And I heard that doctors used to make house calls back then. They would come to your house or something.
Oh, yeah.
The doctor or something. You can see that in TV shows like Leave It to Beaver or something. The doctor would come to your house or something. I don't know how they got away with doing that. I mean,
well, that leads me to my other point, because women are very environmental. And I think the only reason why you see women are so different in other countries is because they have to adjust to their environment.
Well, yeah, they always conform to their culture. Even if it's bad, a bad culture, they still conform. They don't have this
Men are more likely to think
inner
outside of the box, and they're more likely to say, "Hey, what the hell are we doing?"
Yeah, they don't have any inner principle,
Because men have always led everything in society.
They always agree with society. Yeah, I mean, a man has more of an inner compass, if he's a strong man, with good principles, they usually have an inner compass. They usually lead the way and change. They can see if something's wrong. Women can't see if something's wrong. They just, all they'll talk about is, save the environment or something like that, or save the ecosystem or save the animals and stuff. That's all they can.
Yeah, they have been pushed to these agendas, or they have been increasingly been pushed towards social justice causes.
Yeah, and remember in the 1920s when smoking was taboo for women, all of a sudden it became normal because Edward Bernays made it normal. So then, they just conformed to whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and like I said, what I have noticed, the media in Philippines is much different than the media in America.
Oh yeah.
That's the fundamental difference. That's why you have different outcomes.
Yeah, the media in the Philippines is more pleasant, I think. The voice is more sweet. In the Philippines, the lady talking in the media, she sounds very sweet and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's very different in Latin America too. I mean, the women in the media in Latin America, they'll wear bikinis and stuff too. I mean, to announce the news.
Yeah, but are the women different in how they treat their men and how they talk to them?
Yeah. Usually they want to please their men. Like in Brazil, the women want to please their man. They want him to be happy. They want to try to make you happy.
Yeah.
So their attitude toward men is quite different. But yeah, women tend to conform to whatever culture they're in. That's what I don't like. So even if you found a nice woman in the Philippines and you brought her to America, I mean, she could corrupt and change easily.
Yeah.
Because they're too corruptible,
Yeah, that's why you see minor differences when they're in America, not major differences. You're absolutely right. But having said that, you talk about, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, the media plays a role, because I talk to a lot of young American women, and I tell them, well, what is the advantage of dating women in America? And they can't even answer that other than it's just closer and more convenient. And, this is like I say, I always tell them, like, why can't you just go alone to a coffee shop and meet men through that avenue? Why do you have to go to a nightlife venue? Why do you have to go through a app service? And they can't even answer that question, No,
and plus in the nightclubs you meet really low quality women. I mean, plus.
Well, no, they adjust. They adjust to worsen.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think it's a myth about meeting people in a nightclub. It's usually just for hookups, because in a nightclub the music is so loud you can't even talk to anybody.
Well, not only that, but a lot of nightclubs have been closing down in Western countries.
Oh, really?
Because a lot of men aren't even getting much in those clubs.
You mean people are not going anymore? Or?
They're not going, and then guess what? Men are realizing they're just being used for free drinks. They're not actually getting any action.
Yeah.
And plus, there's possibility of false accusations. There's a whole lot of other problems that can go on in these nightclubs. So people just avoid them in general.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't find nightclubs to be even friendly places. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it seems like people just go there with their group, but they don't talk to anyone they don't know usually. I mean, some people do, but not most. Most people don't. Just stick with their group and don't even talk to anyone.
It's just a way to pump themselves up. make themselves look good. That's it. Fit in.
Yeah, and some people just go there just to dance and escape. It's just an escape. Women like discos and nightclubs. It just lets them escape and shine or something.
Yeah.
Look sexy on the dance
floor.
floor.
Well, like I said, the only reason why nightclubs are popular is because there's hardly any other place that you can go to where you'll find a large number of young women in one spot. Like, you can't go to a grocery store and find large numbers of young women going there. You can't do that in, your box store or your park. That's really where the problem is. So like I said, people just have to get out more in normal places like they do in other countries for see things to really, really change. That's why things are the way they are.
Yeah, like a coffee house or even the park, or I don't know, or in Europe they have these old towns, and you go to the courtyard in the old town in the town square around the fountain. I mean, that's usually a pretty nice place to meet people too. It's a friendly environment. Like
the older areas,
the old town, the
older
courtyard.
Areas. They knew what they were doing back then.
Yeah, the courtyard. There's usually like a gathering place. Sometimes it's a marketplace, but it's a place where you can talk to people too. Where there's a central fountain and then there's a courtyard around the old town. That's usually where you had your social life, and that was true in the Middle Ages too. That's where people would go and gather. In the courtyard. I mean, America just doesn't have anything like that. I mean, there's no town square or courtyard.
Well, even when they do have courtyards in town square, they're not as good as...
No, people just don't socialize there, too.
Yeah.
What happened to your camera? Did you turn it off? Or?
Yeah, I was just finishing up my food, and then...
Okay. Yeah, well, we've been talking for over 3 hours now. We should probably...
All I have to say is, it's just...
Almost 4 hours now.
America's got a lot of problems. We're going to have to just wait it out for a few decades and see where it ends up.
Did you have any other questions you were going to ask? Or?
No, I just lost my thought.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want to talk to your other friends, maybe we can do like a roundtable podcast too sometime.
What I need to do is have them hooked up to other platforms. And so you're on Microsoft Teams or, and then,
Teams can do a group chat too, I think.
Yeah,
it shows all these windows.
You can do WhatsApp or whatever. And so one of the things you could do is, I want to share them about what you've experienced. I have a friend who's Korean descent. I'd love you to meet him. The ginger guy from Beverly Hills, and there's another friend I have. He lives out here, and we've talked about for 3 hours on the phone coming out here from my mom's house. So, I think it would be great, that we can do that. So we can definitely, share this information because, like I said,
it helps. I mean, even if we do this and we put it on our channels, I mean, it's still fringe, I mean, there might, if we're lucky, a few thousand people might hear it, but we're still a fringe movement.
Yeah, and like I said, I shouldn't be disappointed to tell people that I'm not happy with the dating life out here. It should not be taboo. It should not be.
Yeah, I know, but when you say that, most people are going to try to blame you or get you to blame yourself.
No, it's not that they'll blame you. It's just that they'll think that, just be patient, you'll find somebody, or, You know, what's meant to be,
Yeah,
it's
but
meant to
that's
be.
just a cliche.
But you see, the problem is that when you don't get what you want or what you believe you deserve, it impacts your well-being, and that's where the flaw is. They need to understand that. Listen, if a man it's impacting his well-being. He needs, he needs that action. He needs that level of appreciation.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, look,
and
male
you
and
felt
females
that when you were in the Philippines, right? You
yeah,
felt that. You experienced
males and females. Listen, the amount of action I got in the Philippines was equivalent to 8 months of action I was getting here in America. Mm-hmm. Think about it. 8 months. The amount of action
that's pretty
I got,
good if you get that kind of action in 8 months in America. I mean, for guys like me, it would be nothing, zero.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
for,
I mean,
for some guys, it would
was
be the equivalent
to 8
of 10 years.
essentially.
10 years, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like I said, this is impacting our well-being. This is impacting our health. This isn't some like some kind of extra thing in life. No. Men are not happy overall with what they're getting, and we have to address this. That's the thing. And I think but the problem is people don't know how to address it. They don't know how to fix this problem. Because this isn't like an issue like immigration where you just change the president, you close the borders, and it's solved. No. This is such a multi-layered problem that there's not like one button that you can press and the problem gets solved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need to fight this in multiple avenues. Media, school board, a lot of different things. You need to really address that. So this is a multifaceted problem. That's why it's so difficult to fix, and that's why it's not being fixed.
No, but nobody wants to take responsibility. They want to point the finger somewhere else. Nobody wants to look at the root cause of the problem.
Whatever, Or just like they keep saying, shopping malls are dying because of online shopping. It has nothing to do with private equity, poor customer service, all these mergers, the dull experience in retail, the thefts, the fact that, people don't want to have to drive so long to get to the mall. They don't want to talk about that. All they want to just blame is online shopping, online shopping, online shopping. It's just, it's sad. But, like I said, it's different in other countries.
Yeah, definitely. Do you ever plan to go to the Philippines again, or?
Not anytime soon. What I would do is just go to other countries and try them out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you should, if you can, do a tour and do several countries or something.
Yeah, I would. And if I
maybe
were to
Latin America is closer.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it could be Thailand, it could be Japan, it could be.
I would recommend
Vietnam.
Thailand. Thailand is amazing. It's heavenly.
Yeah, and I'd probably go parts of Latin America, not necessarily Mexico, because Mexico you won't get that much of a cultural shock. But if you go way further south in Latin America, you get a lot of benefits. And like I said, this is the funny thing, Winston, is that you were outspoken about this for 30 years now. 30 years. Or 20 years, I don't know.
Since 2002.
Wow.
When I went to Russia.
When the internet really even took effect. That was the funny thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, my first website was very primitive. It was on GeoCities. But I had a mailing list. There was an audience for this a long time ago. It was just fringe. It was a taboo topic. Actually, the good news, is it's less taboo now than before, because back in 2010, if you talked about this on YouTube, your video would be pulled down. Nowadays, they don't pull the videos like this about this topic down anymore.
Well, what's funny is about 10 years ago, a lot of the videos on dating had a lot to do with pickup artists and how to improve yourself to get the woman. And now what happened is a lot of those channels either disappeared or they say, no, American women are not worth it. Western women are done. It's time to just, just not participate, go overseas, fight back, whatever. You just get an escort or whatever. I mean, that's pretty much what they're saying. So a lot of them increasingly are seeing that the writing is in the wall. And why is it that I'm making more money, my looks are getting better, but I'm not getting what I want? And it's just that it's not what it used to be. And we're seeing all these women hitting 30-something years old, and they're not having any partner, no kids, nothing. So, like I said, this thing can't go on any further. It's going to blow up one day. Okay? It took us 60 years to get here. It's not going to take 60 years to correct it. It's going to blow up, and then it's going to take 30, 40 years to recover, because, you know what I mean? It takes a while for the new generation to grow up, learn, adapt, and then, what I mean? So
we should probably try to publish a book on Amazon about this too. I mean, I've been trying to do that too.
Well, documentary film. We need to do a documentary.
Yeah, or a documentary, that too. You can do a documentary with AI nowadays. I just haven't figured it out yet.
What you need to do is you need to also invite other guests.
Oh, yeah. If you want to interview people, then for a documentary, then that takes more organizing. But I mean, an AI can just generate a script, just a narrative, a comparison, like all the things I say can be put into an AI video with an AI voice. But if you want a good documentary where you interview people, that takes more work. Like they did in that documentary "Frustrated Black Men in Brazil."
Yeah,
they interviewed different people for that, and so that takes more planning. I mean, that can be done too, but yeah, also a book on Amazon. It needs to get out that way too. It's just hard to focus and commit to all these projects. Because modern life has so many distractions. Like I said, it's not as taboo to talk about this on YouTube, but the downside is that there are so many podcasters on YouTube now. There's millions of them that it's just way too competitive to get much attention. The only reason I got
but there is good news though. Majority of the women that I've spoken to, young women about modern dating, they also see there's a lot of things that are not adding up either.
Yeah.
Because most of them don't say, oh, well, no, we like the way it is, it's working out, this can go on. Most of them see that there are inherent flaws, but the problem is they're not willing to admit that they are the heart of the problem. Or it's the fact that they have bad influencers from the top that have wrecked them up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just their attitude, it's the whole culture, too, the whole social culture.
Yeah,
is to blame too, and it's just a lot of things, but it's not well talked about. It's not talked about enough. I mean, other people don't talk about this so much. It's still a very fringe topic, especially the going overseas thing or something.
I don't know, man. I'm seeing a lot of articles by many publishers. They're now talking about this. They're now saying men are unhappy. They're going overseas. They're checking out of dating. I mean, this is really gaining traction right now.
Oh yeah, it is with some.
I think.
How did you?
I think when we see that these birth rates are so low, and most Americans don't want high levels of immigration, they're going to have to change because they're going to realize, well, in order to have a lot of kids, the culture and the women and the social life has to change. Mm-hmm. Because remember, women have been able to be this way for 60 years because we knew we could just keep importing people from other countries to make things look okay. Right. But see, now, when we're realizing bringing these people in has problems with wages, language, cost of living, safety issues, all of that. And of course, we know that some want them in because they're going to vote a certain way eventually. That does, we realize that hasn't helped us. So we're a country of so much land. Well, there's no reason to have these very low birth rates. I mean, my state alone is only 1% urbanized. You do know that, right? It's just empty, full of land. We still have room to grow. You know that, right? Most of America is still unbuilt.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons for
like
the low birth rate.
Huh?
There's a lot of reasons for the low birth rate. I mean, there's a lot of Asian countries with low birth rate too. I mean,
well, what do you think about that? Do you think that's planned? Do you think that's engineered?
Oh, of course, because the elites have said they want to reduce the population, and they have many ways of doing it. I mean, one is to create friction between men and women. I mean, they've said for many years that they want to reduce the population.
Well, in South Korea, it's really bad. I mean, there is...
Yeah, not just South Korea, but Japan and Taiwan also have very, very low birth rates, too. And that's a bad sign.
Well, and they're overworked, too, right?
Yeah, but it's not just that. But I heard that in Japan, a lot of women just aren't interested in men at all. They have no interest in dating.
How so?
No, I don't know. Somehow they're able to rewire women so that they have no interest in men or in love or romance. Most women I know don't even want romance or love. I mean, they just don't care.
They're just not even heterosexual?
Yeah, even if they're heterosexual, they just have no interest for some reason. Somehow they're able to rewire women's brains. I mean, they can't rewire a man's brains as easily because men have a fundamental nature that they don't change. But somehow they're able to rewire women's. I mean, it could be a lot of things. The food, you could have subliminal signals from the computer screen, the phone, from the 5G towers. All kinds of things could be impacting you that you don't know it. It's not just the food or the media. I mean, there could be signals from EMF, from 5G, from the screen, everything.
Do you believe that the same people who are doing that there are the same people doing it here in America?
Yeah, they have some connection because remember when the COVID lockdown happened, most countries complied and worked together to lock down everything.
Yeah.
So at some level, they're all controlled, but at another level, there's competition. Like there's competition between America and China and Russia on the outset, but deep down, they could be working together. It could be like a show, like WWF wrestling. It could be a scripted show, when it comes to the deep state part. But at the top, it's just like politics, it looks like a show, like a theater, but it's scripted at the bottom what's going to happen. So they already knew who's going to win the election. They already knew that Trump was going to win and stuff. And they deliberately made Kamala look stupid because they wanted Trump to win. So they made her look more and more stupid to get the result they want. So at some level, it's kind of scripted.
Well, but it's also because the DNC screwed up. I mean, the DNC didn't want a primary. The DNC...
Yeah, but these screw-ups could be on purpose, though. They're not. They look
I'm not
accidental.
surprised if they are.
I mean, they could be scripted. I mean, it could be that it looks accidental.
COVID was pushed. Many argue to get Trump out of office, and then he that didn't help him. There was also the riots of that same year, and then the reason why Biden failed was because once he got in, people realized COVID was not.
Yeah, but I mean, he was such a doofus. Biden wasn't even smart. He was just a doofus. But the thing is, I mean, the people that run this whole world, they're not stupid. They're very, very intelligent, and they can play 5D chess. So they must have some plan. They organize things 10 or 20 years in advance. I heard that they organize things 100 years in advance. I mean, the controllers are like 5D chess players.
Well, what happened was a lot of
they don't make stupid.
The bad players that took over America. In the last 80 years, it came from the Frankfurt School in Europe. So after when World War II ended, a lot of those powerful interests took over America, the institutions,
Yeah.
the media, and everything else.
Remember that quote from Franklin Roosevelt? He said, "Nothing in politics happens by accident. If it happens, it
Yeah.
was planned or something." There's quotes like that too from FDR and from Woodrow Wilson and from a lot of other people that have said that it's not an accident; it's planned. So politics is scripted, probably. I'm not saying that I know this for sure, but it's a good bet. So this friction you see between China and America and Taiwan and all that stuff, it's probably just scripted. I mean, they already know. Like there's probably never going to be a nuclear war because they don't want to damage everything and ruin their own property. The elites, they don't want to ruin their real estate. They don't want to destroy their real estate. So all that nuclear war stuff, it's just a psyop to scare you.
Well, even if we do get into war, I think women should be drafted. And there's many arguments that claim that they didn't want women to get married in America because they wanted World War III. And if they had to bring the draft, then women would have to be drafted.
Yeah.
And because they're not getting married, they're in debt, they have an endless job, and this is all done by design. And so,
yeah, it could be, but I mean that's equality. If they want to be totally equal, then they should be drafted too. Otherwise, there shouldn't they shouldn't keep demanding total equality in every area. That equality thing is a myth. I mean, there's no such thing as equality. I mean, everyone's different. Men and women are different. They can't be equal in every way.
Well, like I said, their argument is that if West Texas has a very high pay gap between men and women compared to Washington, D.C., it's because West Texas has more sexism. It has nothing to do with the fact that West Texas drills so much oil, and most of those jobs are done by men, or the fact that why Beverly Hills has a very high pay gap between Los Angeles. It has nothing to do with the fact that those women gravitate towards rich.
But men do certain jobs better, like airline pilot. Men do better at that, or construction, or fixing cars. Men or building computers. Men do a lot of those things better than women do.
Well, yeah, and I agree. Yeah, and I was at the mechanic. There was only one woman who was working as a front desk, and then everybody was men. And construction and a lot of and of course the men have been emasculated, a lot of them, especially in the West Coast, and now they're trying to they want to rely on foreign immigrant labor to do those jobs, and it's just I don't know what to say, but at the end of the day, it's like we're doing all this work as men in America, but what are we getting in return from women? Nothing, other than just their physical.
Nothing. You just get a paycheck in America. I don't think America has anything going for it other than the beautiful nature and the national parks. That's the only thing that's nice about America.
And resources too.
Yeah, it has resources. It has beautiful nature, beautiful land, nature, national parks,
and income.
I don't see anything. Well, yeah, I mean, it has good income, but the thing is, the cost of living is so high that you have to have good income.
Yeah, but like I said, you can just live minimalist, save a lot of money, and then just use it to, eventually invest it, retire early, or just go overseas. Yeah, essentially. Yeah,
You could, but yeah, it takes. A lot of skill and stuff to be a minimalist. I mean, you have to be good at it.
Yeah, either you can live in a...
It's hard. It's hard. Yeah, I mean, to be frugal too. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to buy one of those really small houses, or I don't know, or live with your parents or something. There's not many choices you can do to do that. I mean, to have savings, you either have to have a good income for a long time, or
what's pretty sad is that I have no siblings, but I have 4 cousins that are in America. Well, one of them I don't see from my dad's side, but 4 of them from my mom's side, and none of them have gotten married. And then I have one cousin that lives in Tehran, and then she's gotten married, but she got married back in 2007, and she's a doctor. So none of my relatives, 2 males and 2 females, have gotten married. I can't believe it. And the 2 female cousins, they're done. They're past 30. Forget it. So the only thing that could happen is one of them could get married. I'm going to his wedding in August. We'll see how that goes, if the marriage lasts. But it's just nobody's really pair bonding. I have to get some, companionship, partnership, and have a kid. I'm an only child. I don't want to do that. I don't want to die alone. So, it's just, and then I really want to ask them, I just want to say, listen, like, your parents did it, why aren't you doing it? But see, one of my older cousins, he's a guy, tells me that he just can't find any dependable women to marry, even though he bought his own home in Fullerton, California, and he works for Caltrans. He makes good money. You can even look up his salary, and he doesn't want to get married. And it's not that he's short. He's like my height, good-looking face, personality, everything, social skills, pretty good. He gets plenty of dates, but he doesn't get married. And I just don't know. And I just think to myself, if he was in Iran, he probably would have been getting married.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody is suited for marriage. I mean, some people just aren't cut out for it, too. I mean, it depends on the personality, too. I mean, some people just are not stable.
Some women, he has told me, they try to baby trap him because they know if the woman gets pregnant, well, they're not going to leave empty-handed. He's going to have to pay the woman something, and then the woman gets government support. So there are women out there who still, don't want to work and want to just do nothing and just have kids. I mean, there are out there. But the question is, do they want to be wives? That's the thing. You see? And it's not hard to cook a few meals and clean the house and be a good mom. I can cook a few things. I have steaks right now. I'm going to go to the grill and grill it up. It's not that hard.
No, it's just that they're too self-absorbed to want to do that. They see it as an infringement on their freedom and stuff, and plus they don't want to connect. They don't want to connect with a husband. We
wonder why people are so dependent on restaurants, and their prices are so high, and they're willing to pay them, and why they're going on their phones and getting takeout orders, and why do you see all these health outcomes? Because back then, the mom used to cook. The mom used to cook. Look at it now. I mean, heck, I work full time. I only eat out 2-3 times a week.
Mm-hmm.
My mom taught me some cooking. I just don't believe it. Now, at least the girl who was living with me for 6 months, she made me some breakfast. But she wasn't cleaning the house like every week. Just sitting in my place, on her smartphone, talking for hours. Most of the time. That's it. And now what? She's just looking at every single one of my Instagram stories. And guess what? She got pretty pissed when she found out I went to the Philippines and dated those women.
Oh, how did she find out?
Of course I posted online.
Oh, you talked about it on your channel or something, or Facebook? Or?
No, I posted the stories online and she found out.
Oh. Why was she pissed, though? Oh, because... She didn't like the
Well,
competition?
no, because she still had feelings for me and wanted me on the sidelines and everything and yada yada yada. I'm like, come on, you weren't giving me shit compared to those women in the Philippines, and you expect me to stay? You should know better.
I mean, was
So
she
we were just,
even like a good companion? I mean, like fun or a good companion, even?
she had a weird sleep schedule. It's 7, 8 a.m. and she was literally on the living room talking on her phone. Sometimes I
Oh,
would
that's
wake
that's
up.
like yeah, that's like way too lazy and
She couldn't even
undisciplined.
go to the balcony.
Undisciplined.
I know.
Yeah, that's not a good character then.
And one time she was on the phone with her mom. I'm like, see, that's where the problem is. The parents didn't do a good job raising their children.
Oh.
Because when you see their parents defend this bullshit that they do, then that's where you know where the problem is.
Yeah, but even if your parents don't teach you anything, you have to regulate your own. I mean,
Oh yeah,
fix your own
I do it
problems
all the
yourself.
time. And that doesn't mean your parents are always right.
No. By the way, how
I
did you
mean,
find out about my channel or website?
thanks for asking that question. It was just a Google search. It was like pros and cons of living in America. And then I found your channel. And then you talked about dating. And I was like only 21, 22 years old. I was like, holy shit. Man, I'm not alone. And,
Oh,
you
so
know,
you found the YouTube channel first then?
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, there's a bunch of old videos
No, it's a
about that.
Google search. And then I found your YouTube channel.
Okay, so Google still brings up some of the stuff then.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, they heavily censor stuff that's not politically correct now. Yeah, so... Yeah, this was some years ago then, right? So...
Well, it doesn't matter because, I mean, they censored Fresh and Fit's channel a lot. They demonetized it, and now they're going to Rumble. And Rumble has gotten a lot of the traffic away from YouTube, so, you know, I mean, you were not happy with COVID. They censored you and all that stuff. One time I was laughing on a live video that Joe Biden got 81 million votes, and they claimed you were denying the election. No proof of that, and then they took down the video. Bullshit. So
Yeah.
it's just, you know, and we know Google is the problem with all this dating problems. It's, like I said, you know,
Yeah, but it's not all about money. I mean, they have some agenda too, you know, some type of woke agenda or something.
yeah, I sometimes wish, I don't even really think corporations are greedy. I think it's just, they're just sick people. They just want to abuse
Yeah, they
people and
don't
get
need
away
money
with it.
because the Federal Reserve can print all the money they need. They don't. I mean, they can print any amount of money they need. They can make it come out of nowhere. I mean, they could create money out of nothing. You know, so it's not
Yeah.
really about the money. There's some agenda that's in place.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Do
Anyways,
you have any last words you wanted to say?
well, no, I don't. I think I've asked all my questions. You know. Yeah, I hope you can find a way to take more trips or something, or go overseas more. Something. Because, like you said, it's
I
much
think
better
that
for your
the
mental
next,
health.
the next step is to run a business where I don't have to work at it. So I'm kind of, you know, not have to,
Yeah.
because really, not the 9 to 5 thing is not my thing. Let's just be honest. So if I
Yeah,
can
you really
make
got
money without
to
having
find a
to work.
portable income, but like you said, it's much better for your mental health. You know, when you're overseas.
Yeah. Yeah. And then,
And plus,
but I
you know,
have to
there's
go.
adventure too. When you go overseas, there's always a sense of adventure. You know, to go to different countries, it feeds your adventurous spirit. You know,
Yeah.
do you have that adventurous spirit exploration
yeah.
and stuff.
Enjoy it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, because men is like they like to be pioneers and discover new frontiers and stuff. Pioneers, they have that pioneering spirit, to seek adventure. That's the thing. America doesn't offer much adventure unless you like to go hiking and camping and visit different national parks and stuff. Other than that, it doesn't have much adventure to it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's good to finally talk to you and do this. This has gone a long time. I'll have to probably split it up into different parts because it's so long.
No, I stopped recording about an hour and a half ago.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that the viewers are going to get much the third or fourth hour. I mean, it's just this point.
No, but I could split it up into several parts so it's not so huge. But usually in every video series, the first part gets the most views, and then the second part gets less.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm not afraid to express myself that I'm not enjoying the dating scene. And I know some people will say they'll try to compare to me some like, oh, if you don't like women, you're going to be a mass shooter and you're going to cause all these. I mean, it's just such bullshit. But see, the thing is they never want to treat the problem.
Yeah, but the thing is, if our movement was mainstream, it could have prevented mass shooters like Elliot Rodgers from doing what they did because they would have discovered the solution. Yeah. They might have had.
Actually, one investment forecaster who went on 4 hours doing a live video bashing me. 4 hours.
4 hours bashing you about what though?
About things that I did as far back as 2010, and because I did videos about him, and I did realize his investment research and his views on society didn't make any sense. And he went on 4 hours bashing me, and then a small segment of it, he literally played a clip of Elliot Rodgers and saying that, oh yeah, Cyrus looks like Elliot Rodgers.
Oh wow.
I could care less, because when you do that, you're just making yourself look stupid.
Yeah, well that's good that you got all that attention though, I mean.
And then he only got 10 views at the most, and then some people who watched was me and my friends. So then he kept saying, I'm going to sue this guy, I'm going to tear him apart. He did the live video in January. It's July. I haven't gotten a lawsuit yet.
Okay. By the way, if you have a chance, send me the interview you did with Jared Taylor or something.
Absolutely. I'll do that right now. Yeah, because, like I said, and then here's the thing. The guy who bashed me, he says I'm shilling for that organization, American Renaissance, because he thinks they're a part of the problem, the same elites that control much of the world. And then what he did was he claimed that, oh yeah, he's shilling for this group. But then the funny thing is he interviewed a guy who was a speaker at one of the conferences. And he was a professor in Cal State Long Beach. So I don't understand. You hate the organization. You bash me for attending. Now, I had no idea it was a problem. And then you interview somebody who was there. And then listen, all he does is he bashes everybody. He bashes Donald Trump, every politician, every investment forecaster, every media outlet, every YouTube channel. And I'm like, okay, but who do you like? You have one person that you like, that we admire? Mm-hmm. No. He wants to blame Jews for all the problems. And then I say, well, what about all the powerful Roman Catholics in government? What about the fact that in Vegas we have a lot of Mormons running everything? Like, it's just such... And then when I bring these questions up, he tells me I'm a shill for the Jews. And I'm like, you think an Iranian is a shill for the Jews? They're probably the most critical of Jewish people in the world.
No, but I heard that Iranian guy, Patrick Bet David, he's
talked about it too.
He might be partly Jewish because his name sounds Jewish. Patrick Bet David.
Oh, yeah. But he's talked about the dating scene too, though. You know that.
Oh, Patrick Bet David? Yeah, a few times.
Yeah. Yeah,
But the thing is, he tries to sound
videos.
really smart, but he's not that smart though. He tries to sound smart, but he's just a really loud talker. He's not that intellectual. He just has a big voice, booming voice. But the thing is,
and then
why does he have a Jewish
guy,
name? Is it because he partly Jew or how?
I don't know, but Mike Status, the guy who did a video bashing me, he claims that he doesn't even like Patrick David either. He thinks he's part of the problem. So his main premises is that he wants to sue me because I bought his investment research, and then he claims that I took his investment research, which was part of the contract, and I wasn't supposed to share it, but he claims that I did, but the only thing I said was the stock market was going to go higher because of these fundamentals, earnings and a few other things. But, anybody can look that up and find out what makes the stock market bullish, right?
Yeah.
If the economy is growing, if unemployment levels are going down, if, all these things are looking good, it makes the stock market bullish. So how are you going to prove to a judge that I stole your information? But he went on for 4 hours bashing me. He even scrolled down through my videos and said, "Oh, he's a passport bro. He's a loser. He can't get a woman in America." I mean, what a piece of crap. And then he makes a lot of videos bashing America.
Hello?
Yeah, are you still there?
Yeah, it blanked out for a few seconds. You
Yeah.
said he made
Did you hear
videos
me?
bashing America and what?
And he says, "Get out of the West." And then he criticizes me for being a passport bro. I'm like, look, if any man realizes if it's easier and more reliable, they're going to try it. Even if they're Leonardo DiCaprio, they're going to do it.
Well, it sounds like he just wants to pick a fight and will say anything.
No,
that-
here's his problem. His problem is that I bought your research in 2013. Your fans and followers were bashing me in 2014, okay, for making videos about the stock market. If you had a problem with me back then, you could have at least had a 15-minute phone call conversation about me and spoke with me, and you should have prevented this from snowballing. And I'll give you his name right now. Let me look it up. And after that live video from January, I unsubscribed all his channels. And I never wanted to hear from him again. I said, this guy, yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of him.
You'll look him up, and you'll see what kind of a lunatic he really is. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but there's a lot of weirdos online.
He literally even said on live video, even though I'm nearly double your age, if I see you in a cage or a cave, I'm going to beat the crap out of you. And you're the one who's suing me? Dude, you realize if you sue me, and what you just said, I could literally get a restraining order from you. Mm-hmm. But anyway, it's so funny how he hates the establishment in America, and then he's resorting to these social justice reactions saying, "Oh, Cyrus, you don't like women, you're an Elliot Rodgers type." What a hypocrite.
Well, that's what I've noticed. People on the left and the right think that the establishment is against them. It's weird. They both think they're persecuted by the establishment.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'm going to send you the video.
Yeah, send me the Jared Taylor interview and also the video you did about when you talked about the Philippines or something. That'd be nice to see too.
Yeah, it's actually my 7th most viewed video on YouTube.
Yeah, send me the link on WhatsApp or something. That way I can get it easier.
Yeah, you know what's my most viewed video on YouTube?
It's what?
I talk about how the new construction in America is full of crap and they're falling apart. I don't know if you've heard about that.
What, you mean the buildings?
Yeah. So literally, they're not. The homes are defective, even though they're brand new. They're cracked. There's.
Oh no, I don't. I mean,
sloppy construction. I know. It's just. I mean.
But how do you know that? You're not a construction expert, right? Did you talk to them?
No, the news is reporting it.
Oh, okay.
Literally, it's a good thing they are because, yeah. So
yeah, I mean, did you?
What
about all those new houses in Las Vegas? I mean, they're building new neighborhoods like crazy.
Yeah.
What?
The layout, the design, everything is just horrible. I mean, all you have to do is look what America used to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just like I said. You know.
Okay. Well, anyways. Yeah, this has gone really long now. It was 4.5 hours. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, send it to me.
I have to say, if more of them see that men like me are not happy, this is going to really start to wake people up.
Well, actually, I can open Teams on my phone and click these links too.
Absolutely.
The Teams has a phone app too. Okay. I'll see your video and see what I'll let you know what you think. Yeah. That's cool that you interviewed Jared Taylor. I mean, he's a famous guy.
Somewhat. He's very censored.
Do you think Jared Taylor would be into my movement? Because someone I know wants me and Jared Taylor to do a podcast together. Someone I know recommended him. I don't know why, but I don't know if Jared Taylor would be interested in our stuff or not.
The race issue and the female issue, they're all interconnected.
Well, I'm a race realist too, so I do agree with a lot of what he says. I'm kind of a race realist too, so we would be on the same page sometimes.
You can't bring 100,000 black Africans, and black Africans, and then just make them assimilate to Taiwan and Japan. It's just not going to work.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for those links. I'll look at them.
Absolutely,
all right.
Yeah. And look at these videos. Women are begging for men to approach them. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's so many BS videos, I mean, that are fake titles. That are too unreal. There's even one video that says, "Oh, there's a matchmaking event in China, and 1,000 women showed up and 0 men showed up." And that's baloney. I mean, no way would that happen in real life.
Well, they're saying that here too. A lot of speed dating events, men are not showing up.
Yeah, but it's not going to be 0. I mean, there'll be some. It's not 0. It's not going to be 0. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, those links are enough. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so, anyway, I'm going to go out, approach some women like crazy, and I could give a damn what happens.
Yeah, maybe you could film it or something, do a secret camera or something.
Yeah, but I have to be with somebody, because, I could go live and just do it in the script and see how it is. I mean, it's not that hard.
Go where? On the strip?
Live on the strip, just walk along.
Oh, on the strip. Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, the people just seem so closed off there. I mean, you should. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's very pretty at night, though. It's just really hot.
Yeah.
It's just really hot now.
Yeah.
But yeah, why don't you
pleasure.
Why don't you just call that Vietnamese girl or that one that stayed with you for 6 months or something?
Yeah, she's in New York now. She's even introduced me to some people about the AI business, and
Yeah.
Can this lead to a relationship? I don't know. I mean, she's a young woman who wants to start an AI business, some young Asian American woman, so.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll talk next time then. We'll just talk.
Yeah. Thank you. Great pleasure.
Okay. Yeah, if you have any other
preaching.
questions, you can save it for next time. All right. Good to talk to you. What?
See you.
Okay, see you. Have a good day.
Good night. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to stop recording now.